Welcome, horse players. This is the start of the Hawthorne Invitational. Emily Gullikson here, and joined by Ed DeRosa. Ed, I know you're having a good weekend so far.
So far, so good. Got here yesterday, experienced my first Hawthorne OTB and my first NHC qualifying. So now I know what all the fuss is about. It was great to do it, and I'm excited to see which of these players are going to do it today.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, because yesterday we did have the $500 one-day tournament. We gave prizes away to the top 5 finishers, including yourself, picking up an NHC seat. We had a couple players jump into the Invitational. I'm going to talk to them very soon. One that had already qualified doesn't have to pay for their entry fee, and then another one that's going to play today, was kind of on the fence about playing. A kind of interesting story I can't wait to talk about. And yeah, I think it's great that you played and got that experience since you're here. And we always tell people it's plus EV, right?
Right, no entry fee, so it's a $500 live bankroll, and it illustrates too the differences in the types of contests that are out there, the strategy, which we're going to talk a lot about today. Yesterday was totally free form. You had the $500, you can bet it however you want on any of the tracks. Today, there's mandatory races, there's the $250 restriction into the last race, completely different approach as the day goes on, and to me that's part of the fun. Like, we all like handicapping and playing the races and wagering pari-mutually, but you fold in that strategy of what the contest requires, takes it to the next level.
And let's start with that. We'll kind of jump in. There is also that one-day tournament going on for $500 today. We'll do a recap on that. But let's talk about the format of today's tournament. I think anytime you're playing a tournament, you got to know the rules.
Absolutely.
You got to know how you're going to strategize and what it's going to take to win. We talk about these live money tournaments, you know, what it's going to take bankroll-wise in order to win. 3 to 5 times, sometimes in the $500 has been somewhere 9 times to 15 times what it's going to take to win, and then kind of those underneath prizes, there can be a big separation.
Right.
Now, while we're doing this intro, I just still remind, you can see Belmont going off. I know there's a few players in here that have plays on this race, so maybe we'll hear something and maybe do some follow-up. But while that race is going on, let's talk about the format for today's Hawthorne Invitational. And the format for this race, there's going to be 4 mandatory races. And in those mandatory races, it's a $250 bankroll. And we're going to be clear that you have to bet $250.
Period. No more, no less.
No more, no less. And that's on 4. And then a little bit of a change this year. We're going to move to 3 optional races. And those optionals are the same. That $250, like I said, here comes some rooting going on. As the 7 and the 2 finish 1-2 across wire. Last year we had just 1 optional race. This year there's 3 optional races, and that's a big change in terms of strategy. I mean, just in general, if you only have 1 bullet versus you have 3 bullets,
right,
you know, you can pick your spots, you can take some stabs.
And here, it's not from a cold list of tracks. It's everything on the menu. I know I was telling you I get a kick out of Arapahoe being in the mix. I'm not sure anyone will be in those pools with $250 because that could really hamper your payout, but there is a lot of option. It literally is an optional, and it's any track, so to me that's a big part of the wrinkle of the strategy of this contest.
It really is, and then part of that too is it's going to depend on what your bankroll is going into that last race, because the final race is going to be Hawthorne Race 7, and that's a $750 minimum wager.
Right, which basically covers, if you've zeroed everything out, you still have to bet your whole bankroll if you want any shot at a prize, but obviously many are hoping they have built their bankroll and have a little more latitude.
Yeah, and I know as we talk to players, and something that we can ask or just kind of keep in our back pocket is what they're trying to do with their bankroll going into that last race,
right,
where they're trying to position themselves in order to have some advantage in that last race. We can see up on the graphic there that as far as playing each race, there is no multi-race, there is no show. So you can bet win place, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, but no doubles, pick threes, etc.
And 2 of the mandatories are at Woodbine, so the Omni is in play for those who are
Is it in the
might
rules?
be so intrepid. Yes, I checked.
Oh, you checked. Oh, good.
Yep.
I'm glad we checked. That's it. You know, yeah, you have that swinger now. Bet. And we can see our contest mandatory races that are up on the screen right now. We'll start in Belmont Race 5, and Belmont Race 4 just crossed the wire, so that'll be right around the corner, followed up by Ellis Park Race 7. Then we'll go over to Woodbine Race 7, Woodbine Race 9, and close it out with that Hawthorne Race 7 as the final race of the mandatories, final race of the tournament. So we'll have our winner from that point.
Oh, no.
But what's in store? What's in store if you win? I think that's kind of why people are here in the first place.
And when you talk about the strategy, I think sort of knowing the difference, and I would say the first prize is extremely lucrative. Like, there is absolutely every reason to go for that versus saying, well, I can be sixth.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's really a flat payout structure, and safely going for six could make more sense than a higher position. Not the case here. That is a tremendous grand prize.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's one of those things that we talked about, like doing the final table strategy. You might be like at the NHC when it's the $2 win place. You might be in a position where you don't have a certain play that's going to get you the win, that you could position yourself to get a second or third. But as we're looking at the price here, it's very top heavy. First place is $10,000 cash. It's the NHC entry with the $1 million bonus eligible, and then your choice of either the BCBC or Pegasus entry. So, I mean, it's everything to win this. Second will also win an NHC and then has their choice of whichever the winner doesn't take, the BCBC or Pegasus. Third will be a Pegasus. And then there's cash and contest credits that goes down from 4th to 10th.
Lot to play for. I'd be happy with any prize because you also keep your bankroll.
Absolutely,
of course. So
yes.
I'm guessing even at 10th you have some significant cash to walk away with, as was the case yesterday with the $500 bankroll in addition to the NHC seat. But I mean, that first prize is neither one of us are playing, but that's like, man, I wish I was going for that.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, just in terms of your play yesterday. Since you had the experience of playing yesterday, what was your strategy going into yesterday?
I thought, I'm from Cleveland, so I was excited that their biggest card of the year at Thistledown was yesterday. So I actually did zero, and I play Thistledown throughout the week. So I was like, wow, this is a day. It's going to be more money in the pools than usual. I'm actually familiar with the racing there. Ironically, didn't do that well. A couple plays I fired before the stake started. I did think Two Fills was an anchor, though, even at a short price. And with the pick 5 being on the menu and not liking some other favorites, my thing was, well, let's see where I can get with Two Fills winning with the pick 5. That worked out. Ended up needing to fire another bullet to get to the next level, but that was my strategy. Two fills and then go from there.
Okay, so anchoring your pick 5 on that, and if you hit your bankroll, that kind of being your prime play.
Right.
And then, so when you're in that position, because that's kind of when I left you yesterday, is you had kind of put yourself in that position, but now it was, okay, now I'm in a position to win, and I'm going to have to make that play.
Right.
And there's a lot, that's kind of a stressful move, right? Because
big time.
So what went into that? What was your decision? Did you have like a number in mind? Like, I need to hit this number, or I need to find a horse that's within this range?
Yeah, one thing I noticed yesterday is as the day went on, the leaderboard was not moving that much. And knowing the types of players that are in the tournament and the format of it, I know that yesterday a lot of people made their plays and left. They took a shot because there was no entry fee. Mm-hmm. It was bets they may have made anyway, so it made sense to just do it live. So that worked in my favor, I thought, because I was still here and could play the leaderboard to the bitter end, whereas no one else could. I did wait to the last race because I wanted to see the leaderboard.
Okay, so you waited till the last race, and then did you kind of go with, this is the most likely chalk type?
The favorite I was thinking would be too low, and I thought was equal footing as the second choice. Unfortunately, Tony had the same exact thought as I did, and had a little more ammunition, so he extended his lead even beyond what I had, but it was good enough for second. Okay,
that's excellent. What are you looking forward to as far as today? Since this is your first time kind of coming out here and like talking to people.
For me, as a race fan who just loves the horse player community, I'm excited to A, pick their brains, but definitely B, just the din is a word I love. But these mandatory races are going to be electric in here. People are going to be cheering. We're going to get a lot of roots. We're going to hear some slapping, some yelling. I like that. I'm old enough that when I went to the track, there were still people that win on a daily basis. That's what drew me to the excitement of racing, the yelling, the cheering.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. I feel like we kind of have like a passive crowd sometimes, or maybe some hardened players that try to hide what they've got going on.
I think in the contest, well, there definitely are those, but there are those too that know that this is a chance to preen a little bit.
Okay, and as far as we've heard as far as the leaderboard updates, when can people expect to see those leaderboard updates?
Well, we're definitely going to be updating after every mandatory race, so that's going to be exciting to watch after the fact. Hopefully we'll know, like you said, some will keep it close to the vest, but I think we'll have an idea of maybe a couple who hit, and then For the optional races, you know, we'll be monitoring the room and see how things go there. But you know, playing the board is a big part of the contest environment, so hopefully we'll have a lot of updates to give people.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of seeing that first initial leaderboard, because again, I know there's been a few people who've seen them up with the machines that have made some plays, and how that's gonna impact. I guess we should kind of talk about race 5. Okay. So do you want to do a commercial break first? Okay, we're going to run a commercial real quick, and then I'm going to be joined by Paul Matisse, and then we're going to jump back in to discuss race 5, our first mandatory race.
It's all happening.
Live in the moment. Bet live on the next play, minute by minute, with PointsBet's Lightning Bets. PointsBet, your move.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, welcome back. We'll have our first interview of the day. Paul Matisse, thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me here.
I'll have you just bring the mic up maybe a little bit. Yeah, so this is your first invitational. We talked yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
And you played yesterday, so how did that go for you?
Well, I kind of blew it. I had chances all day long. Actually, midday I had 1588 or something like that, which only third was like 1900 when it ended up. But I keyed a horse that was 9-1. I was shooting way too high.
What do you mean by that? Was it a kind of a more stabby 9-1, or
No,
was it a
no,
horse you thought was okay?
I made a significant play, and I bet exactas and tries and blew it. I didn't hit anything with him.
Okay, but was it a play? Because we talk about this a lot, right? Sometimes, and you know this because you're well-seasoned horse players. Most people that kind of follow the game know. Was it the type of play that, like, afterwards you're like, it was kind of the right play, just it was like the wrong outcome?
A little unlucky, and because you know that the contest yesterday was weird because you just never knew what the scores were going to end up. It could have been anything. You know, easily the scores could have been high if things had fallen different later. So at the time, I thought I needed to get. You know, and I'm trying to win too. So I think if I'd hit that exact, I would have gotten about 5,000 at that point early in the contest, and I figured I would have been in good shape. You know, but in retrospect, I probably should have just bet him to win. I mean, and I could have played it. I mean, the way it went from there, that was the right play. So it's kind of hard, and it's easy after always, right?
Well, you know, yes and no. I think that's a big part of like being a player and like evolving your game, right? Is being able to be objective with your opinions and recognizing, okay, that was a good play to just try to rip it open and win it right now, but kind of like I could have gone X amount of my bankroll here and then still played that exact.
Yeah, and I didn't go dead. I mean, that was the other thing. I didn't like bet at all or anything. The scenarios of the way the tournament went. I had more shots later. So, and that idea, you know, I probably played it right when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
You know, just a little unlucky.
Yeah.
I ran first and third.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sometimes that happens. So, coming into today, what's kind of your strategy as far as what you think? Well, let's start with like the bankroll, right? So yesterday you were kind of aiming for a particular target. are you using that same calculation?
No,
as far
not
as
at all. And I don't think that you can really guess, because I think because of these mandatories, what happens in the mandatories is going to dictate the scores, I think, probably as it goes. That's one of the reasons why I haven't played any of the optionals earlier, and I got lucky, actually. I ran second in optional that I was going to play, one of the horse I keyed, and I'm glad I didn't. And I just want to see how kind of some of these mandatories go. I really like the format of this tournament, because it's like ordinary betting. Sometimes like you get stuck in when you're betting a multi-leg play.
Mm-hmm.
You have scenarios where you're looking for keys, and then once you have your keys, basically all the other legs become mandatories. So
sure. Yes. Good point. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like 2 parts of handicapping, and I like the way that a money contest that has both, because it really stresses you. I don't know about these races you picked, Emily, but
well, that's what you came up and said. You came up with a very confrontational. Were you the one that picked these races? And so, and part of it is like you find them very challenging.
Oh yeah,
right?
I'm just teasing you. They're
no,
very,
I know you are. No, it's good.
They're very hard. I just
what?
But we'll do the best we can.
This came up last year when I was talking to people, and one of the things I was doing some of the pre-race interviews about is when you hit a mandatory race, you have to play it, and you have to play it with a certain amount. What's your way of approach? Are you thinking, I'm just going to kind of stab? Am I just trying to survive? Am I trying to get, if my bankroll's 250, I'm at least going to make a bet that's going to get me, 3 to 5 to 1 on that bankroll, win or lose. There's like a different ways to look at it when you don't have a strong opinion, and then you shift to kind of the math side.
I think that's the key. Like you're saying, it depends on your opinion. I think is the key. If sometimes it becomes easy because your opinion is strong. You can kind of go. The hard part is when you don't have an opinion. I think early on I a little bit more aggressive right here at the beginning than I.
Explain what you mean.
Well,
by
I bet
aggressive.
exactas and triple. I already bet this first one.
Okay.
Because I knew it was going to be on with you, and I took a little bit more of an aggressive approach than just betting to win, even though it's a smaller field, and I think that maybe a little bit of a conservative approach is probably the best way to go for the tournament in general. I still want to, when it's the first bet and it's the first race, and if you're right off the bat, I think it might be a good, to get
it's
out
good confidence, yeah, right?
Yeah, take a stab, take a shot at it, swing at getting a good chunk here in the first.
Well, and in general, when Ed, we're looking at the prizes, right?
Yeah.
And you can see what the prizes are and how much benefit it is to play to win.
Yeah, without
in
a
this
doubt.
tournament,
Yeah.
right? Because you're getting the cash, you're getting the NHC seat, you're getting the $1 million bonus, the option for the BCBC. There's so much to get that prize spot that being aggressive
I like
should
that
get
idea
you
of
rewarded.
having the $1 million bonus on your. I had that one year, not the year I won, unfortunately, but
Of course.
when you're at the NHC, when you have the $1 million bonus on your name up there, that really gets you focused when the NHC is going. So, yeah, there's but. I haven't qualified for the NHC yet. I haven't played a lot of tournaments yet this year, so I'd still be happy if I just got the NHC.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, there's always kind of that getting. Once you have the NHC qualifier, it seems like there's like this weight off you. You're like,
Yeah,
okay,
right,
all
yeah.
right, I'm good.
Yeah,
I can relax. I can just play as normal. Let things go.
Yeah, no doubt.
That type of thing. Well, I do want to send it over to Ed. I know he's getting ready with Matt Miller, and as you mentioned, we're coming up on our first mandatory race, which is Belmont Race 5. I think they're about 13 minutes to post or so. But Paul, thanks for joining us. So hopefully you're doing well, and then I have you back up here, or I bring you back up here anyways.
I'll see you in an hour or so.
Okay, perfect. All right, thanks, Paul. All right, we'll send it over to Ed, who's sitting with Matt Miller.
Thank you, Emily. I am here with Matt Miller, winner of the 2021 Breeders' Cup Betting Championship, and like everyone else in this room, has a play coming up in Belmont Race 5, a mandatory race. And Matt, your big marquee win, you could do whatever you want with your bankroll. In this contest, you're restricted to that 250 for all your plays until the last leg. How does that change things for you?
It changes things pretty dramatically. So for my contest, my preferred style tends to be some pretty isolated big moves. This format is definitely requiring something a little different. So I am doing my normal approach of figuring out what I think kind of total is needed to win this, working my way backwards, and I have a total in my head that I'm hoping to have going into that last race, which will hopefully give me enough flexibility to do what I need to do based on what the leaderboard says.
So it sounds like from a sort of calculus moving target standpoint, you don't really worry about the leaderboard until that last the finale, or are you a board watcher?
I am only going to look at the board to make sure there's nothing really aberrational on there, but I really don't care who's in first or what the amount is, unless that somehow threatens my plan for my thresholds that I'm looking for. But otherwise, honestly, I won't even be looking all day. It's a little tough though. This is a great group of people and a bunch of friends, and so this is going to be a little strange that I'm probably rooting for whoever's winning, if it's not me.
Right, of course, if it's not you. So Belmont, now your competition's in this room, so I know you don't want to give away too much, but any impressions of the first mandatory race?
Oh, I'm happy to give away my impressions. I have been giving away interviews.
We do have people watching, so maybe they'll tell you.
I've been doing this for years, and nobody listens to me. So honestly, I have no problem at all with that. So my strategy started a little bit with the last race. There was a very reliable favorite, and in cash, I made a couple of very large daily doubles into this race with two horses that spooked me. They weren't my top pick, so it's a little strange to be making big doubles into something that isn't your top pick. I do think the favorite in this race is pretty reliable, and so I am alive to doubles to the next two horses in cash, but in this tournament, I intend to do a pretty hard full send. Right, no one's listening. In the Invitational tournament, I'll be doing a full $250 daily double. I'll probably just take
do a double.
Sorry. $250 win bet on that horse. In the $500 contest, I will be doing two $500 doubles using that same horse. Not sure in the next race yet. But
okay. Well, it sounds like you'll need to look at the next race before you get to this one, and we know everyone's looking forward to playing that mandatory. So we'll send you off in this. You won the big BC. Did that change how you approach contests, or?
Changed my whole life in a whole bunch of ways, and strangely, I did well at the BCBC before that, such that actually it was that amount that bankrolled kind of the rest of the future success. Like any normal person, these amounts were very high and nerve-wracking. Once I had some success and some profits banked, it made it a lot easier to relax. I didn't feel like I was spending my money, and once I was able to bet more comfortably, I'm kind of dangerous once I'm doing that.
Confidence and bankroll booster. We like it. Well, best of luck here. First mandatory race is coming up. Thank you for your time.
All right, you bet. Thanks.
Live in the moment. Bet live on the next play, minute by minute, with PointsBet's Lightning Bets. PointsBet, your move.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. You'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, welcome back. We're on the kind of 5 minutes to post to this first mandatory race, and you got some insight from Matt just as far as his play, and then I talked to Paul, and as far as his play, he's looking to go a little bit more aggressive in the exotics.
Okay.
And reporting back, you said Matt feels
it's a win bet for him. Yeah, he's bullish on the favorite, and it sounds like Matt arbitrages some cash play against the tournament equity, so I know he has some other things cooking as part of like, okay, overall today, what can I do? But contest-wise, he's on the favorite. His strategy is building a bankroll for that finale at Hawthorne. He said he has a strong opinion there, so he wants to make the most of that. And I would dare say maybe somewhat conservative with only a win bet, but I get it.
I mean, sometimes I would say so too, but sometimes it's like the race just dictates what you're going to play and like
Right.
where your opinion. And, for Paul, he's saying these are really, competitive races. So if there are some, or tricky races, to use his words, if there is a race that you feel this is confident and I have to bet this, it could be a way to go, especially when your main target is getting a particular bankroll going into that last race, trying to position yourself in the best spot to win. So let's talk about Belmont Race 5. We're at 3 minutes to post. The horse is on the track. I love this split screen. And we talk about the favorite, kind of starting there. Number 8, Last Chance to Glory, who's currently 8-5, and then looking at the Will Pace pools, projects to be a heavy favorite in this race, so probably not a lot of board shift. I see you have the grid
I do,
out.
yep.
Do you have the famous grid with the trademarked on it? Though I don't know. I think optics might come after you as far as grid, but another conversation.
And I
for
took
another
it
day.
from Steve Christ anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're all they say no ideas comes from nowhere, right?
Exactly.
There's always working off each other. In terms of Last Chance to Glory, I'd say if you're any type of knock, certainly looks to fit in terms of speed. Speed figures, class, I guess if anything, recency, right? Coming off the 120-day layoff.
Yeah, the paper data points all scream the 8 to me. I was nervous with the layoff and I think there'll be other speed with him. And when it comes to layoff horses, and wish I had data to support this, but I feel like contention off a layoff, contention's not great for anyone, but especially off a layoff, I just feel like there's more margin for error. I ended up not going with him on top on my grid, and at 3-2, I'd be looking to fade.
I'm kind of looking that way as well, just in the sense that, you mentioned the contention. I'm looking at the plot, and there's a lot of horses in here. We have the fire contention, a lot of horses with that EP running style that want to be on or near the lead with a pretty heavy speed rate. So it's not only horses that want to be forwardly placed, but horses that can run pretty fast to that first call. So now I'm kind of curious, did you kind of cycle around some of the presser closers, the 1, 235, the 5 Dust Devil, or the number 2 Cupid's Claw?
1 and 5. The 2 for me didn't stack up on sort of the paper handicapping. Certainly run style wise could be dangerous if things completely collapse. But I thought from who's the most likely to run a winning race numbers wise, I thought the 1 and 5, and then both for me sort of fit the flow of the race, how I think it could play out.
The big difference too, and this is a role that I'm generally in, doing the pre-race show, and that you are, because you do a lot of like podcast stuff, and it's so different, right? Because we talk about the handicapping, and then in a format like this, if you have an opinion, okay, now I have an opinion, I'm for or against a favorite, it's now, how are you going to play it?
Right.
Like, how are you going to maximize that opinion? Because that's really taking that, it's not even next step, it's like the next mile is going that next lead.
And in a contest like this, where you have specifically $250 that you have to play on the race, do you go for it with, in my case, a 1-5 exacta box and just try to bury the field right off the rip? I'm inclined to say no. I mean, I think...
Why would you be inclined to say no?
My confidence level on the race, because I do think the 8 is the best.
Okay.
So I wouldn't want to. I think if I were playing a contest, it'd be 1-5 over 1-5-8.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe even boxes are for shoes, but I feel like in a contest environment, because of the added equity of building a bankroll, and I haven't been paying attention enough to the 5-8 exact. Maybe not. That's only $18.
Yeah.
That's Part of the fun though is you need to reach certain limits, and you can't use, like, to me, if you could use the 250 to win on the 8 in the next race, like all of a sudden now you have a net bankroll to use.
Right.
That would make a lot more sense if you
Sure.
like the favorite, which I don't. But because you can't use that extra money until the last leg, that's part of it too for me.
I just want to say that again, just so that it's kind of clear, because
Right.
sometimes it goes fast. I even notice this when I watch content. I have to like go back and be like, wait, what am I hearing? So the difference in what you're saying is that if you're able to just kind of like almost like a race-to-race kind of parlay in some ways, right?
Right.
That you're trying to hit this win bet because you have a stronger opinion elsewhere, and you can create a bigger bankroll for that stronger opinion.
Yes.
Is that
you can't do that here,
Right.
other than hopefully you have a good opinion in the final race at Hawthorne, because
Right.
then you can use your whole bankroll. But yeah, like for me, we'll see what the board is, but I do think the favorite is really strong, and that would buy 9.
okay?
So yeah, if you could get in a position where, gosh, now I have 1,000 to bet on that horse instead of 250, I would do that, but you don't, so
Right.
I won't.
But in kind of theory and strategy, we're talking about it. That's sort of the way Matt's looking at it. Even though he can't go later on, his
Right.
end game is my strongest opinion is there. If I can build, I'm going to try to just build, get to that point, and give myself as many bullets or as much bankroll as possible to go for that race. Are we going to have the race call? Okay, so all right.
Let them rip.
Waiting for Dust Devil and Rocco Strong. They're all in. And they're off. Last Chance at Glory and Little Demon go out for the lead. Rocco Strong runs in third. From the inside, 235 is next in fourth. My Friend's Beer is in fifth. And then alongside is Dust Devil, who's moving up a spot from sixth. Pit Boss has one horse beaten at this time, and it's Cupid's Claws, who trails the field in eighth. Little Demon, the leader here over Last Chance at Glory, the favorite, sitting in second, the quarter winning 23 and 2. 235 in behind the front runners and in third. Then comes Rocco Strong in the clear on the outside in fourth, followed by Dust Devil, and My Friend's Beer is down at the fence. Then comes Pit Boss and 2.5 more to Cupid's Claws, who continues to trail. Little Demon continues to lead here by a length. Last Chance at Glory in second. Opening half was running 46 and 3. And now they're midway around the turn. It is Little Demon by a neck as Last Chance at Glory moves up a bit and then gets closer in second. 235 is down at the rail. Dust Devil is in between horses. Rocco Strong far outside. And then it is a Pit Boss and Cupid's Claws. They're at the head of the stretch. 3/4 in 111. Little Demon at the rail. Last Chance at Glory on the outside. And now the two of them are heads apart with 235 racing in third. A furlong to the finish. Last Chance at Glory now with a head in front. Little Demon fighting back on the inside. It's Last Chance at Glory with the lead. Then Little Demon, 235, and Dust Devil. And it's going to be Last Chance at Glory to prevail. A hard-fought victory as the 7-5 favorite.
All right, welcome back. I don't know if we had the sound on for the reaction during the race, but we did get some noise in the room for that, and some people rooting for the 5 to get up for second. Ed thinks everybody in the room's betting to place. I'm not so sure. I think they're probably betting.
Probably
betting
not a
some
lot of
exactas,
probably
but-
not a lot of place betters.
Yeah, I know there were probably some exactas, people looking to play some
Is,
exotics.
oh, that's really close.
Is it closer? It looks like it was the 5. No?
Well, the room seems to think so, and you do, so.
I'm reacting quick. Well, one thing we know for sure is that Matt Miller should
Matt
have,
Miller's-
unless he mispunched it, Matt Miller should have his win bet there on the 8. So congrats, Matt.
Yeah, on the board.
Sitting right there.
Ammunition for, we
Yeah.
know he has an
We
opinion
have
in the.
8, 5, 7, 1 are your results for race 5, that first mandatory race. So I'm excited to kind of see the leaderboard because
Right.
I think so much of it, as we talked about, is how you play your bankroll in that race.
Yeah, I would add a tough time. I could see a win bet pushing all in, but I thought it was really competitive so that, well, you had to push all in. But like a cold exacta would really impress me if someone found the 8-5. It's heard some cheering for the 1 who petered out. So yeah, it'll be interesting with the leaderboard. I will say, even if you totally whiffed here, you always like to see the favorite win because you know you can't be too far out of it then.
Right, yes, good point. That somebody's not going to balloon too much.
Right.
That even
There's
if they
always
hit,
a cold try as an option.
If
but-
there's a cold try, even you can kind of do the math and figure out, I wonder if there are some people that did kind of step out. We have, like I said, I'm interested to see that leaderboard and once it pops up and once this race becomes official. But let's talk to some more players before our next mandatory race. We'll take a quick commercial break while this race becomes official, and we'll get going on some interviews.
Live in the moment. Bet live on the next play, minute by minute, with PointsBet's Lightning Bets. PointsBet, your move.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. You'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
Welcome back. I'm joined by Trey Stiles. And Trey, I talked to you early on and I said, let's talk after the first mandatory race because last year at the Hawthorne Invitational, you hit the first mandatory and you took the lead. And so I was trying to see if we're going to have a repeat. And I'm reading body language right now. How has the tournament gone so far?
Well, I've only made 2 wagers. I made one optional that I whiffed on, and then I played there. I'm waiting for the results. I hit a little, but I'll lose money on the race overall. But it wasn't a total wipeout for me.
What was your play in the race?
I had all sorts of plays. Actually, using the favorite that won the race was my primary bet, but I just had things flip-flopped a little underneath. So I did some tries, some exactas. Actually, exclusively exactas and trifectas, just kind of layered based on how I liked them.
But you keyed the 8 on top, and then it was just trying to figure out that second and third spot? Or
I did as my primary bet. I used another horse I had in there, the 2 that I kind of liked as a price. I had the 2 and the 8 on top, and then I had some other wagers with the 8 that won the race. So I had some saver bets that came in, but.
So you're on the board, but you think it's going to cut into that 250, that initial.
Yeah, I don't know how you got me before I got to see the results, so I don't know how I did, but I bet I lost about $100. I bet I turned 250 into $100 would be my guess.
Okay,
somewhere around there.
At least not minus 250, so
right.
It could be worse. Let's go back to your first optional play. Where did you play, and what about that race kind of jumped out to you?
I played over at Woodbine, and actually don't play Woodbine too much, but. I went through a lot of the races. There's a lot of short fields today, and couldn't find some places to really get a any good values, any good prices. So it was a large field. I did kind of thought the favorite was beatable there. Can't remember the names of any of the horses, so don't ask me.
You want what race number?
It was Woodbine third.
Okay.
And actually, I kind of, to be honest, you're going to laugh at me because the other people already are, but I kind of wanted to play that Arabian race at Arapahoe, but they told me I can't. So then I had to scramble for another play.
Well, you know why I'm not going to laugh? It was only because we talked about this beforehand, and you said, I know those horses. I follow them.
Do.
So I'm not going to laugh because you're like, I have an edge in that race because I know those horses. So it's not funny. I mean, maybe people will laugh just because it's the Arabian race, but in terms of playing horses, in terms of playing a tournament, you're sticking to your strengths.
It was the last, according to the rules, it's the last optional race. So I thought, man, that, because saving your plays obviously the end is when you can, unless you're passing up things you really like early on, you're in a position where you maybe know a 2-to-1 wins, whereas early in the day you don't want to play a 2-to-1 because you don't know if a 2-to-1 wins. So yeah, it would be a great spot, but alas, I was told that's against the rules. So I had to scramble, and so then I came up with that Woodbine race that didn't work out.
Okay. Now, in terms of the optional, because it's different this year now that we have 3 optionals versus 1, what are you looking to get out of those optional races? Do you have like a number in mind? Am I trying to get...
That's a good question. I don't know that I have a number in mind. I will tell you that what I did was I looked at the one race where you had flexibility, that being the final mandatory race where you could bet as much as you wanted of your bankroll. And I don't think that's going to be a race where there's a bunch of bombs coming in. So I think you have to hit something in those other races. You can't just, sometimes I'll plod along, and if I have the same amount I started with, I'm happy because I think I'm confident in this last race that I can hit to get where I need to go. But I think you're going to have some money going in that last race. At least the way I analyze it, I don't think it's going to be any big prices in there. So I'm looking for, to turn, I got to hit some money. I'm not just looking for layups, looking for place bets, like you might do in some tournaments just to kind of tread water to get to the big race at the end where you can go all in. I think you're going to have to make some points. I don't have a target in mind. I don't have a particular number. But I mean, I'm not betting place bets or all to win on an 8-to-5 shot. I'm betting exactas and trifectas to try to get, maybe even a little superfectas, whatever. I don't know, but for sure multi-exotics.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value this year in those optionals, giving a couple extra bullets, having the flexibility in terms of time, what you can pick and how you want to play, getting into that. Well, I'll let you jump and go calculate from Belmont, strategize. You still have 2 more optionals.
I do.
To play, okay.
Got them figured out. I'm not going to say where, but I've got them figured out.
That's okay. We're okay with that. I'll check in later or find out what I'm not on screen. Then I'll
whisper in your ear.
Yeah, exactly. But race 6 is unofficial, but they'll go official soon, and then Ellis race 7 will be our next mandatory race. Until then, I know Ed's going to be joined by Dylan Donnelly, so let's head over to them and hear what they have to say about.
Thank you, Emily. And hot off the press, I do have the leaderboard, and sorry if you were able to touch on this, but Kyle King is the current leader, $4,443, and joined by Dylan Donnelly, winner most recently, a lot of wins, but the Monmouth Pick Your Prize contest. And Dylan, don't see your name on the leaderboard. What's going on?
Yeah, you just have to go to the bottom, scroll all the way down there.
They cut it off. That's
yeah.
the issue.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're good. We're on there.
Well, you still have 2,000 though. That's the benefit here. You can't lose it all until the end. So you fire 2 bullets though. You've used an optional.
Yes, 1 optional and 1 mandatory over 2. But
and what was sort of your thought going in of what types of optionals you were looking for?
Somewhere that I could probably get like 10 to 20 to 1 on a bet for those optionals, and then just hit 1 or 2 of them, and I'll be in good shape.
Right. Yeah, I would think that having 20 to 1 would say 5,000. I would think having that bankroll going into the last would definitely put you in the mix.
Yeah, no, you definitely will have a shot. Like the last mandatory, with the $250, the least I could do was 8 to 1, and the most I could do was 28 to 1. So, I'm any of those, I'm cool with that.
Right.
It's
so
good.
We'll know your strategy going forward, which makes a lot of sense to me. I see your name in a lot of different styles of tournaments, and I would say among a lot of the contest players I see a lot of, it seems like variety. You're sort of the horse player to me when it comes to the contest environment. You can do pick and pray. You can do live money. Is there a format that you actually prefer, though?
I really like these live bankrolls. This one's different. It's my first time that I've played in where you have optionals, but it's live bankroll. It kind of levels the playing field. You know, a lot of people are kind of don't really want to go all in,
Right.
so you're not allowed to. So it kind of levels it out, makes it a little bit, everyone has a good shot. So I prefer the ones where you can just go for it whenever. But these are cool. You adapt and you go for it.
Yeah, and are you doing the $500 as well on the side today?
I think I'm going to hop in.
Okay.
I don't even know when the deadline is. Maybe it's over. I don't know.
I think you got some time. Yeah, and there's
Okay.
some good prizes up for grabs there, and,
Yeah.
and that's all swim. So
Yeah,
did
yeah.
you do Arapahoe yesterday?
Somehow I didn't get around to
Missed that
Arapahoe
one,
yesterday.
okay.
Yeah, I live on Arapahoe Road, but
In California. though.
yes.
All right. Well, really appreciate your time, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Dylan Donnelly, he was the winner of the Monmouth Pick Your Prize contest. Many other wins as well, looking for a win today, but he's going to have to climb the leaderboard to do it. Once again, to recap, Kyle King, your current leader with one mandatory in $4,443, and Emily was here, so I'm not sure if she's back at the desk yet, but if not, I can keep talking and will. B. Williams, $4,195. Is in second place, and then Matt Miller certainly made the most of his mandatory play. Our first guest, he has $3,887.50 in fourth place. Eddie Olchek in the mix, and Justin Mustari as well. So that's the current leaderboard. I'm sure we'll talk more about that. Back to you, Emily.
All right, Emily here, and I'm joined by Phil and Tony. And I wanted to talk to you guys early on because we promote a lot about the One Day Saturday tournament, how you can win into the Invitational. But it's kind of interesting this year because, Tony, you were already going to play the Invitational, so now you're just plus 2,500 in order you didn't have to pay your way in. And then, Phil, your story is a little bit different because you were invited, and then you declined.
Yeah, I had some family obligations. I didn't think I was going to make it. And then I was able to wiggle out of it, and I said, okay, I'm going to play for the NSC. And they had a spot open, and I didn't know I was playing a different OTB. The Tony won, I finished fourth. So I'm happy to, anytime I finish closest to Tony, I'm happy.
Yeah, well, we can kind of piggyback on that because I know you're maybe to some people's heavy favorite to win here today.
This format's a little different, but yeah.
This format's different for you?
Yesterday was much easier. Today is going to be a bit more challenging because of the format. So.
How to explain that for us, just in terms of your own style, like how you feel that yesterday plays to your strengths versus today?
I'm a type of player who's very picky about the races I bet, but when I bet it's for the moon. So by going all in, I can press my opinion. Here it's going to be a little playing muddied in water, and I think the winner has to race.
Yeah. When I kind of like was spying on you earlier, and you were talking about the strategy to kind of get yourself in position to win that last race, and you were saying the person that has, and you can quote me if I have this wrong because I was just spying on you, that you said the person that has the highest bankroll going into that Hawthorne race 7, the last race, would have an advantage.
First with the highest bankroll that is going to bet it all.
That is going to bet it all. So
Yeah,
that's the key.
having a bankroll doesn't matter. Are you willing to pull the trigger?
Okay.
So I spent a lot of time on that race. And I have a plan. If I have a big bankroll, and I have a plan if I don't have a small bankroll.
And Phil, do you kind of feel the same way in terms of this is great. I've got my hands free.
Tony, he's dangerous. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, sure.
I agree. It's so. I'm always afraid of Tony. Tony's dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't even know why they let him back in the U.S.
So, kind of piggybacking on that, are you trying to approach every single race with that 250, including your optionals, in a way to build up your bankroll going into that last race? Do you have a number in mind that I want to be playing this race? I'll ask that for both of you.
I don't have a number in mind, but there's probably a few people I'm going to see what their total is.
Mm-hmm.
Try to have at least a dollar going to last race. So I'm not worried about leader. I'm worried about certain people.
Because those are the people that you know are going to punch all in?
Experience more than gamble. That's dangerous. So you got to make sure I have more money to gamble.
Okay.
I agree.
You feel the same? You feel the same way?
I've played against Tony so many times. I totally agree. There's certain selected people who will gamble and bet it all, and some people content to take some money home and be content with some of the minor prizes.
Yeah, and since we are talking about that, I mean, there's so much. A lot of these tournaments are top heavy, but I don't think there's a tournament as top heavy as this one, because there is so much separation from that first place that not only are you getting the cash, the NHCC with the $1 million bonus, and the BCBC, it's like, and then it drops down. There's other stuff. So I know there's a lot of incentive here to just go for it, but there's people that won't. And it makes a difference, right?
But I think this crowd, there's going to be many more that's going to go through than a typical tournament. So we'll see what happens. But I expect a lot of fire. Yesterday was different. Fewer players will play this. But players here, I think they know what they're doing, and they'll gamble on races.
Well, good. I mean, at least for us that are putting it together, that's what we like to hear, because we're trying to make it tough. We're trying to make it tough for you guys.
You guys did a great job on the optionals.
Yeah.
A lot of my the mandatories. A lot of my options were mandatories. I saved them there. So guys did a great job with that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the priority sometimes is let's try to do diversity. Let's get a race from here, a dirt, a turf, a sprint, and it's like let's just pick 5 races that are good betting races, and then make it that the diversity, right? Is having that in there. Well, I know we are going to come up on Belmont race 7 Ellis race 7 coming up as the next mandatory. Any luck so far? Anything? Have you been holding on your optionals?
I just fired one optional. Did not do well.
Okay.
So on to the next race.
Okay. We'll let you go.
I don't know which race I bet or which horse yet. So I put 2 bets on it. I'm not being cheeky. I actually don't know what I bet. I just need to know.
Okay. Well, if you need me to help you show you the machine, I can. All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck. I love talking to you. I know everybody loves hearing from you. 2 of the greatest minds in tournaments and horse playing, and we should definitely talk more. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, back over here in the corner, keeping up with tradition. So far, we're only interviewing people who have not scored any points. We'll be with Brian Duransky in a moment, but we will look at those who have landed on top of the leaderboard. And as noted earlier, Kyle King, the current leader of the Hawthorne Invitational, $4,443 in his bankroll. Bree Williams, $4,195. Yaler, $4,092. Matt Miller making the most of his visit here, calling his shot in the Belmont 5th, the first mandatory. He's at $3,887. Eddie Olczak, 3,555. And everyone has, based on this, at least 2,000, which means only one optional for most of the players, including Brian. You told me you missed with your first optional play, missed on the first mandatory. Plenty of contests left, no one running away with it yet. You got to feel great.
You know, I'm surprised. I thought for sure somebody would have $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 at this point. To play one optional and finish third and fourth, you know, with could have been $8,000, $9,000, and then the Mando, you know, getting beat by a chalk with somebody underneath them, I'm okay with that. You know, that's not really my style. So, I mean, $4,000, that's what, one nice exacto away from being right
easy.
there.
And one thing we haven't really talked a lot about, and it definitely comes into play with contest, a buddy of ours might be going through it right now, in fact, but avoiding tilt, staying psychologically sound. It can be nerve-wracking to, you know, have a bad beat, get beat by a nose. What are some strategies that you have as a player where you're, you know, take that deep breath and reset?
I like to go for a walk. You know, the room can be overwhelming. You know, you can see the room behind us here. There's 60 people behind here playing, and there's a lot of noise, a lot of hooting and hollering. People are getting excited, but it's easy to get carried away a lot like when you're at the NHC. You know, you go for a walk, take a deep breath, and realize that you're one play away. You know, it's not like a mythical contest where one play you're out.
Right.
I'm one play away, and you can't let 3 bad beats get you.
All right, well, we're not going to let them get to us ahead of this Ellis Park 7th race. We got 14 minutes. They're in the paddock. It is a mandatory, so everyone's going to be playing along. You and I talked a little bit about it before you came on, and I actually think this chalk is more formidable than the one at the Belmont race. And he's a shorter price, though.
Oh, I agree. This horse at even money is probably a fair price, but I have to imagine most of the room's going to try to beat this horse here. You know, what is there, 10 horses, 11 horses in this race? It'd be hard-pressed to go put the win bet or an exact with the 9 on top. A lot of value on the board.
A lot of pollen flying around, it looks like, something.
Well, it's better than rain. You know,
Yes,
rain was
absolutely,
forecast originally.
especially as a turf race.
No, so it should be a fun race to watch. Should be a competitive race. You know, with that being said, on camera, the 9 will probably win by 6 lengths now because that's how it goes.
And yeah, I would think even if you're in this room and you're playing and you love the 9, I mean, at 4 to 5, I can't even imagine there's many who would put it all to win. At that point, you're probably looking for something underneath.
Oh, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised to see people playing $30, $40 trifectas here if they like something with the 9 on top.
Right. And the 10 horses, too, so you actually get a little bit of spread in the trifecta pools.
Exactly, and there's a lot of options there. I know I had 2 or 3 horses in mind when I came over here to talk to you, Ed, and I'm curious to see the tote's not moving on my horses, so I'm not sure if that's good or bad at this point.
I would say good because all the money seems to be moving on the favorite down to 4 to 5. We started talking at even money. This is the second of 5 mandatory plays. We have 2 from Woodbine coming up, and then the finale at Hawthorne. Do you feel like it's home cooking for you with the last being at the home track?
You know, it's going to be interesting. I've got to watch the early race at Hawthorne. There was rain overnight, so I'm not sure how the track's going to play. It's going to be a little yielding. You know, there hasn't been a lot of rain in Chicago over the last week or so, so I'm not exactly sure how the grass is going to play. I think there's one turf race before that one, if I remember right.
Derby.
The Hawthorne Derby.
$100,000. And Emily did point out, I shared some stats earlier this week with how the turf had been playing, or at least what the numbers say based on run style and post positions, but the rail is down today, so I mean that, you know, obviously completely changes the complexion of where they're going to be running on the course. So yeah, that Hawthorne Derby, compact field, but hey, any cues could help.
You know, Hawthorne Derby's a great race historically. You know, it's a shame that there's not more entries in the field, but for the contest, I like the idea of us going to the 7th race at Hawthorne to be the finale.
Absolutely. Yeah, they made a great call there.
You know, it was 15 minutes before after the last race before it. So we're going to have 15 minutes of everybody just focused on Hawthorne. Obviously, that's the big bet, $750 minimum. You know, there'll be thousands of dollars in that pool playing Hawthorne.
The churn will be fantastic for sure. And have you thought about how much you want going in, where you're like, man, if I'm sitting on 3, I know I can turn that into 10, 15 if I'm right?
I was hoping to be about $4 or $5 grand going into that race, depending where I'm at. And then being prepared to make a swing if the price is right.
All right, well, that sounds good. But first, got to get through the second mandatory race. We are 11 minutes away from Ellis Park Race 7. Everyone in the room is going to be involved. Colonel Brian Duransky, really appreciate your time.
No problem, Ed. Thanks for having me on.
All right, we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back to talk Race 7 at Ellis Park. Emily and I at the desk. Good luck.
I'm joined here by Christy Moore. Christy, we're heading up to the next mandatory race, which is Ellis Park Race 7, and you just got your bet in.
Yes, I did.
Okay. How are you feeling about this race? Is this a race that you've had a stronger opinion in terms of the mandatories?
No, I feel like the 9 is a strong favorite, but he's 1-to-1, so it's hard to make a lot of money on a race like that.
How do you approach that? How do you approach when you've assessed this race and you've assessed the favorite and you've decided that even though this horse is even money, they're legitimate?
Yes.
But now you're going to have to play it. So how do you approach that?
Well, and in here you can't make a show bet if you don't like the race. Like sometimes if I don't feel like there's a lot of value, I mean, do you really want to risk $250 for a bet that pays 10-to-1, or 10 for every dollar? Maybe not. But I don't have any choice here, so I tried to bet a try instead of an exacta in hopes that it would pay a little better than because I kind of like the 3, and the 9-3 is not going to pay very well at all. With a 1-to-1 over a 7-to-2, no.
Yeah. So then your idea is you're just more or less just going to try to get what you can out of this race.
Yes. Yes.
Not a big major opinion, not trying to step out a little bit, but trying to extract value. And if it does come in with that combination,
yes, then it'll be.
Maybe you try to spice it up a little.
And I've got trying to see what their odds are. A couple of long shots in third. I like the 9 and 3. So I don't know. Like the last race, that was the last mandatory. I didn't really like it. If I just bet the 8 to win, I'd be ahead of where I am right now.
So how did you play it? Let's recap that.
So I really liked the 8, and I thought, well, the 8's the easy winner. But it's the same sort of thing. Do you bet the horse at 1-to-1 to win, or do I bet an exacta or a try? And I bet a try, and I debated between 2 horses in third, and I was wrong. So I had the 8 over the 5, and then I was like, do I put the 1 or the 7 in third? And I did not put the 7 there.
Okay, so you went with the 1.
Yes.
And they were right there because it had a big 7-1, right? And
yes.
those super spots. But in the sense that you were on kind of the right idea of how you wanted to play it. It was just, coming down to a decision.
Right.
And you played it cold.
I did, and I made the wrong decision.
But a bold one because you went 250, right?
Yeah.
It was a 250 try.
Yeah.
So if you were right, it wasn't the wrong move. It just didn't work out. It was
right.
the right. So it was the right. Because we talk about that a lot when you're betting. It's just sometimes those things just aren't going to work in your favor. But
yes, and it's hard sometimes. Right. Sometimes. Well, here it's an interesting structure since it's 250 each race. So I want to make sure I get my math right, which I will admit affects how I'm betting. Because sometimes if it's an odd amount, it's like all right. But it's easier. Yeah, it was easier that way to structure it, and I knew it was going to pay a ton. However, I came in.
So in terms of the format, we'll only talk for a couple more minutes. So I know this race is coming up.
Okay.
In terms of the format, do you feel like today's format plays to your strengths?
No, but I like that.
Okay, and we'll explain both.
Anybody who knows me and ever watched me play will tell you, oh, she tends to wait until the end. She's not afraid to make a show bet and skip a couple races she doesn't like, and that's not an option. And I think that'll be really good for me. I'm going to be forced to study each race and make a bet, either a win bet or an exacta or a try, every single time. So hopefully it'll pay off, but it'll be really good practice.
Good practice in terms of getting. I think he's scared of you. Clearly he's scared of his competition, but
you can't be too scared because when my dog sitter bailed out last minute, he saved the day. And Justin and his fiance, so that we could still make it here.
Yes, and I know how important that is because I have the dog sitter working for me while I'm here as well. It's an important point of being here, the peace of mind.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Christy, it was great talking to you. I know we talked a little bit earlier, hoping to talk to you again, and good luck in this race and getting out of your comfort zone. I think that's important for kind of all of us in order to grow, right? It's to put ourselves in positions that we are a little uncomfortable.
Yes,
okay.
Definitely.
Well, very good. We'll take a commercial break, and then we'll head back to the desk and looking at Ellis Park Race 7, the second mandatory race.
Broke up there at 16-1. Started to talk about the merits of this one to a lesser extent earlier, but just want to go through these last 3 turf races. Second best to Blissful in a good effort at Fairgrounds February the 16th. and then came back on March the 15th and was 5th, but hesitated at the start, and this is becoming a little bit of a bad habit, as Scott Shapiro mentioned. Lost about 7 lengths, had an uncomfortable trip, a steady advance. Made a bid, flattened out, and I noted that race was a toss-out race for her. Hardy Constitution has since come back to be very good. Last out on the turf, ran 4th, and again, pinched out, lost 7 lengths, trailed early, 4-1 on the turn, and closed. Gajira and Miss Red running 1-2. Gajira going to be one of the favorites in stakes action next weekend at Churchill. So this horse at 16-1 is the one I would want in my gimmicks as a price shot. Up there at, like I said, double-digit odds. The 5, Work of Fiction for Rusty Arnold, ran against Stakes Company last out at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. I don't think that race is going to come back very strong moving forward. It was a controlled pace up front, and this horse was able to control the action but not finish. Did go gate to wire at Keeneland in the race prior to that, and that was a forward turf course and a forward flow to the race, and upset that field at 13-1. Take a look next at the 8. That is Swiss Franc for Cherie DeVoe. Has improved little by little during the course of the career. Defeated a staggering, struggling bunch of horses last out at Turfway. That was on April Fool's Day. Haven't seen this daughter of Good Magic since. Did have a bullet workout at Keeneland in preparation for this. Does have some pedigree. This Blue Heaven Farms homebred. A little bit of a wild card in here at 22-1. Horse has shown some improvement. Has never been on the turf. Might like the turf better than the synthetic. We'll see how it plays out with the 8 Swiss Franc. The 10 is Fiddle. I like this one a little bit last time. Made the lead, but went way too fast. 23-1, 47-4, and wilted like a flower in November. Now has the outside post to deal with natural speed, and appeared to be a little bit outclassed in that last race to begin with. 33-1 on Fiddle. And finally, the 9, that is Glorious Princess, got a chance to be a stakes caliber performer moving forward. She was super and awesome in her most recent start, just attacking the ground with purpose, winning for fun, galloping out like a monster. Don't think she necessarily has to be on the lead. She wasn't on debut and still ran very well behind a classy and talented individual and Expansive. Glorious Princess up there at 4-5, and quite frankly, based on the way she ran last time and the debut, deservedly so. Post time for race number 7. Final opportunity to pick 3 here at Ellis Park, just 3 minutes away. And man, Glorious Princess looks awesome on the track. Good luck.
Well, Ed, we're only a couple minutes to our second mandatory race, which is Ellis Park Race 7, and we're chatting real quick as we're looking at the board, and you said this is a race that you like quite a bit, and I'm kind
excited.
of feeling it a little bit too.
You know, I play Kentucky quite a bit, so familiar with the switch over to Ellis from Churchill, and turf or dirt, it has been very favorable to be on the front end, and you know, we'll see how far this one can go, but I have to think the 10 is going to be prominent early at 31-1. If I were playing in the contest, I'd be mixing it up to try to get the 10 in the number somehow and score that way. And I'm in the contest of life, and I did play it actually with my ADW. So we'll see what happens.
So how did you play it? And would that, well, I won't ask you how you played it, just keep it a little bit, keep some of your personal stuff to your personal, but would you have played it any different, how you played it in real life versus how you played it in the tournament?
I think the tournament I would add to cut down a little bit, because like the 1 and 4, to me, pari-mutually, I could use with the 10 and maybe make a nice score in like a saver exacta. But with the tournament, I'd want to really be narrow. I do think the 9's formidable. 3-5 is, to me, ridiculous in the win pool. Yeah. That's an underlay. But with the 10, you could definitely make some hay and score some big money in the contest. And I'd also like the 3. So I'd probably be looking at something like an exacta key box 10 with 3-9.
Yeah, I'm looking at the race, and I agree just in terms of race shape. that the 9 is also one of those horses that wants to kind of be forwardly placed,
Yes.
wants to be on or near the lead. And even with that track profile, maybe some of the riders are going to kind of play to that, because you have horses like the 10 who's got to kind of clear from the outside, being on that outside post. A horse that wants to be on or near the lead, has that natural early speed, is going to have to go. And I think the pace should be fast, and I think that getting some of those horses underneath, you mentioned the 4 Ain't Broke, who's currently sitting at 22-1. I think the 1 as well, Helen's Well, one that used to race out in California, is going to make that second start on this circuit, going out for Eric Reed. Another one that, in terms of running on late, can get into the mix. You even see the 2 in there as well.
Yeah.
In terms of,
and I think at 3 to 5, based on with this contest, if you could parlay it, that's one thing. But again, you're stuck with those 250 each bet, no matter what. I think 3 to 5 is too light for anyone in here to just put it all to win. I have to think, even if you love the favorite here, you're looking to do something else.
well, as you say that, I just talked to Christy Moore, who kind of said the same thing. That's kind of her approach. She went through the race, her handicapping process, and felt that the 9 was legitimate, but that was too short. And then figuring out how you're going to play, how you're going to maximize that. It's riskier because she ends up playing a try, which, played a try in the previous race and kind of got bumped for that third spot. But it's a riskier bet. But in this tournament, as we talked about, there's so much value in trying to win that you kind of have to take those risks.
Yep. Well, and they're in the gate now, so see if my risk pays off.
Let's see. Good luck.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Glorious Princess, and how about Dem Apples and Misread from the inside? The 3 of them lead the way to the first turn. How about Dem Apples and Glorious Princess, the 2 quickest? And they're head-to-head early on. Fiddle comes on from the far outside to grab third. A little bit keyed up there. And then it's Misread down toward the inside 4th. Swiss Franc comes away 5th. Ain't Broke settles in toward the rail 6th. Work of Fiction racing in 7th. Moshiro is 8th and on the rail. 2 lengths back, Helen's Well. The trailer is Lady Commander. So they turn to the backstretch run, and it's Glorious Princess who's cleared the field now. Glorious Princess leads by length down the backstretch. Fiddle is a tracking second. How about Dem Apples has backed off this pace and is down inside 3rd. Glorious Princess uncontested on the front end through an opening quarter in a moderate 24 and 2/5 seconds. So they head for the far turn, and it's Glorious Princess in control. Fiddle right there 2nd. How about Dem Apples down inside racing 3rd. 2 lengths back. Swiss Franc under pressure 4th. Misread advancing inside from 5th. Helen's Well is there 6th, with Ain't Broke advancing toward the inside 7th, within 5 lengths of the lead there. Farther back, it's Work of Fiction and Moshiro. Lady Commander's at the back. Coming for the top of the stretch, Glorious Princess in control past a quarter pole and rolls off the turn, still there. Fiddle is poised. How about Dem Apples is set down for the drive. Misread coming down the center. Ain't Broke is coming with a run as well, but they're inside the final furlong. Glorious Princess still in front, and she darts away. Glorious Princess by 2. Misread runs up into 2nd, but is 2nd best to Glorious Princess with a masterful front running right there. Misread runs on to grab 2nd, then it was either Fiddle, how about Dem Apples, Ain't Broke, or Moshiro. Gloria's Princess first. Number 3, Miss Red was second.
All right, not an ice cream cone, Paul. Make it work.
All right, we're live and we're right on the recap of Ellis Park Race 7. So we're going to kind of talk about that first. Not quite official yet, but the results 9-3, 10-6-4. A little bit of chalk on top, and I know kind of talking to this group, probably not the way you played.
Well, I'm trying to be better about it lately, but I took the 9 and said if I can't beat him, I might as well join him. So I got the exacta for I think I got it for $55. So $55 9-3.
Okay,
so
you kind of spread your bankroll around a little bit in that race,
yeah.
But there was some that you just looked at it and said, this looks legitimate, 9-3 are the best, I'm going to make sure.
I hit it
if
for
that
something.
hits, and then have some backups.
Yeah, conserve bankroll to, the final race at Hawthorne. There's a horse I really, really like in the race, so I'll probably unload in that race.
Well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. Paul, how did you do in Ellis Park Race 7?
I played the 4-horse, played odds. I liked 9-3-4. Those are the 3 I liked, and I played odds basically. So.
Yeah, I saw the 4. The 4 was sitting behind horses. Looked like they had a lot of run.
He really hung. He hung on me. I thought he had a ton of run too. I was kind of surprised he didn't. I thought he was going to be in the try for sure, but.
Well, one of the things Ed was saying is that this course, both main track and turf, does seem to favor horses that are on or near the lead, and it kind of looked like that with those horses coming from off the pace, kind of not hung, but it's tough to make up ground. Sometimes that's just the way the track plays. Now, I am going to cycle back to that because in terms of overall theory and strategy as far as winning the tournament, kind of your goal is to position yourself into that last race, especially now that you have a strong opinion.
Yep.
Do you have a number in mind that you're trying to get to?
I'd probably say I'm hoping for 10, 12 grand to get to at minimum. I figure you have
overall or going into that last race?
I want to be able to reach to that number, yeah.
In order to win. That's what you figure is going to win this.
I figure between 12 and 25,000 probably win this event.
Paul,
10 times your bankroll.
10 times your bankroll, yeah. Where are you?
I'm just trying to get gas money home. So, no, but I've had 4 plays. I've had 1 win, 1 second, and 2 out of the exacta. So I'm hanging in there.
Okay, so you've been able to cash and kind of maximize your opinion using your optionals. Do you still have another optional available?
Yes, I have 1 left.
You have 1 left. Okay. Are you saving it for a race that you like, or saving it in terms of timing?
No, I'm saving it for a race that I like.
Yeah, because I think there's something to that too, as far as here's a race I like versus also if I need that optional bullet, I want to have it there at a crucial time because I might need it, and then it really kind of becomes a number game at that point. Now I have you guys both over here because you know each other, AJ, so you mentored Paul as part of that program, and I think that's so cool because I know in terms of my horse playing development just as a player in general, and now my career in doing this, having a mentor, having people guide you is so key. And I think that sometimes people don't realize that. And it can elevate you, especially when you have somebody that's able to recognize kind of your strengths and weaknesses and be able to bring that out. What is that experience for you being on the teaching end, and then Paul ask you kind of on that, and then probably working together?
Yeah, Paul's a great guy. A little shy at first. Obviously, he signed up for the mentor program, and I try to be really, really good with it. So whenever they give me somebody, I always try to be very, very responsive, and if I can't answer it, I'll look it up or ask somebody and see if I can give them sort of the answer that they're looking for. And I always tell them, just be you, do what you're supposed to do, and, play races that you feel comfortable in. And
well, I don't know, so far some good results. So Paul, how's it?
Yeah, I asked him a lot of questions more about, it's not really about handicapping. There's just there's a difference between playing, contests, so you have the NHC, which is $2 win in place, or mythical $2 win in place, and so asked him about that and about the the strategies for because a lot of the NHC qualifiers are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday normally, and I see the people playing 3 entries on Friday, and I asked him more questions about stuff like that, about strategy, doing that type of stuff, than about handicapping strategies.
Yeah. And I think all that is important, and again, getting feedback and learning from each other. I mean, that's
totally different than gambling.
Yeah,
it's totally different than gambling. Playing these mythical $2 tournaments.
So as we're getting away from that and going into kind of a more gambling format, which essentially is what this is, does this play to your strengths?
For me, I would probably say not. I'm more of a $2 win place guy myself. I've done it enough now to where I'm very, very comfortable in that realm, but I'm willing to expand and try and see if I can find things that are interesting to file for later. So maybe I can be more equipped for this.
Paul, what about you in terms of your experience? Do you have more of that gambling side background where this plays to your strengths?
I agree with what he said. It's a good learning experience, because there's different formats. You have to be able to adjust. You have to have the experience to know what it takes, to win this type of contest, and yeah. So what he said was basically exactly. That's you want to be able to know how to play all different formats.
Yeah, I think one of the things that kind of seems. I mean, obviously, I guess we're gonna cut back to. We're going to cut back over to Ed. You guys, I appreciate you joining and talking and, your relationship following, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ed DeRosa back in the corner with Eddie Olczyk, Pegasus Challenge winner, and the first guest I've had who's on the leaderboard, Eddie O in third, 4,413. Bernie Williams, your current leader, he's at $6,163. And Mr. Wolfson at 4,481 in second. So top 3, all with at least 4,400, including this guy right here. And I know you made the most of our first big price anywhere in the mix among the mandatories. Chalked out on top, but you had the long shot in third.
Yeah, I just kind of thought that maybe, Ed, that Fiddle could hang around. I was hoping for second spot anyways, but just the way that kind of the race kind of saw how it playing out, and Chado did a good job of getting over and saving a little ground. Got a little anxious there down the lane there when he started swerving and bobbing and weaving, but we'll settle for third and hit the try. And it's been great. It's great to see you. Thanks for doing this, and it's always great to be. I grew up in this area as a kid. This is kind of where I learned to kind of play the horses back in the day. Yeah,
love it. And here you are playing the horses off the Pegasus winner. Now you mentioned to me you're going to have an optional play coming up at Belmont, so we'll make sure you're out of here for that. But the next 2 mandatory races, Turf at Woodbine. How do you feel about Woodbine? Is that somewhere you've somewhat familiar with?
Yeah, yeah. I spent 3.5 years of my hockey career in Toronto, and obviously Woodbine has changed dramatically. But I mean, the turf course there, if you love turf racing, I mean, you have plenty of opportunities in the fields, as we know as handicappers, and guys that like to play. You have depth up and down there. So I mean, I think that the races, the mandatory races that we're all under are very challenging and very deep. And I think there's an opportunity, even though that, like you said earlier, it might be a little chalky maybe in the first or second spot. But if you think a horse that maybe can split up top, that's how you kind of really make money in these cash tournaments.
And in the mandatory races, you're locked in having to play those. Maybe it wouldn't have been a lot of players' choices with the odds on at Ellis, but you had to play it. You're going to use one of your optionals at Belmont. You don't need to tell us what you're going to play, but why did that race attract you?
I just think it's one of those races, New York bred, where I like to be able to look at and see maybe horses that have needed a race, or pretty competitive, where on a Friday one horse would win, on a Saturday the following another horse would win. I mean, that's the kind of way I look at it. So I think it's one of those situations, especially when you're playing in a $250 cap race and everybody's playing it, is that if you do like a horse, I believe, Ed, is that if you do like a horse that's maybe north of 5-1, what's wrong with betting half of it to win on a horse, and all of a sudden, you turn that into a 10-1 shot, so to speak, and then you can take your shot on exactas or tries. So I just think it's a type of race that I'm looking for a mid-range price, and hopefully, if that number stays the same, I'm going to be pretty happy.
All
So
right. Well,
hopefully we'll get something north of 5 or 6-1.
I know you want to watch it, but as I noted at the top, you are in third currently. Are you a scoreboard watcher? Are we at the point in the tournament where you're looking at where the scores are? Or
probably.
And does that change if you're higher up versus not having cashed anything?
Yeah. I think probably more so the other way than now. I think right now is that I feel pretty confident with my picks that are in place right now, that I'm probably not going to stray away from. But I think, to answer your question, I'll probably look more so when we get to the very end, seventh race at Hawthorne, and then just kind of maybe try to, I don't want to say hedge, but just maybe look and maybe put a little bit more pressure in one area than maybe something else. But I mean, I do like a price in that ninth race or the seventh race at Hawthorne, so it might be one of those where if I do have enough cash available, it might be something there where you just maybe bet a couple hundred across, and then you play a couple tries, and then you take a shot and see where you are.
Right. And a reminder: don't do a cross, because no show wagering.
That's
in
right.
this
That's right. Yeah.
contest, so
Win place. So
win
hopefully
place
it'll cancel itself. So
exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, really appreciate your time.
It's good to see you.
The next mandatory is Woodbine.
Thanks
7.
for coming up, by the way.
I love coming to Chicago. Rest in peace, Arlington. That used to be my annual trip. So Hawthorne filling the void for horse players.
It's been great. Yeah, great people, and always great to see a lot of familiar faces that I've seen for a long time here. This being my hometown, and really excited to have the time off and excited to be here. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Best of luck in the upcoming Belmont.
Thank you very much.
Eddie O's in action coming up at Belmont. The mandatory is back in action with race 7 at Woodbine.
We're back and I'm joined by Tim Mueller. And Tim, you're having some luck today so far, because I just got the update on the leaderboard. We're getting to that point in the day where we're starting to get leaderboard updates. We're starting to get a little bit of movement. You told me you're in fourth. I can look at your bankroll right now. You have $4,193. The leader is sitting at $6,163. And I know that the race at Ellis Park, race 7, was a race that was successful for you, productive.
Yeah, I hit the $100 exacta there. I thought the 9 was the winner. I wasn't sure who was going to get second, so I put 2 or 3 horses behind him. So I didn't make much. Okay, I didn't make much there. I actually made most of my money at the Belmont race and got real lucky there. I had the 8 on top and had to have the 5 in second, and he got up right at the wire, which doesn't seem like that happens very often for me, but it happened then. So we all remember the ones that don't happen.
Yeah, no, this is very true. And we're just talking about, in terms of this tournament, it's different than doing the $2 mythical win place, or a regular just kind of handicapping of who do you like, because it really comes down to how are you playing it, how are you maximizing that bankroll, not only getting lucky, but making sure that you're not walking away and leaving a race going, oh, I should have done that a little different. Have you had that kind of experience doing live money, or even throughout today's tournament?
Yeah, I just had that experience. I was going to bet an optional bet with the 1-2 at Woodbine, $125 exacta boxes, right after I hit the race at Belmont, and I was afraid to pull the trigger, and of course it came in 2-1, so I would have hit that race.
So let's talk about that, because I know so much of this play is deciding on what to play, and then there's always that decision of the kind of player pass. What went into that for you? Did it just come down to the odds not being kind of what you want? Did you feel like you had a better opinion later on?
There was a horse, the 6th horse in the race had been off for a year or 2. He was the best horse on paper, I thought, but I wasn't sure how he was going to run. So I just decided to pass on the race.
Because one horse just kind of scared you?
Yeah, he scared me a little bit, so I passed.
Yeah, and then the horses that you liked, I mean, did you feel like they were fair odds, or you feel like you'd kind of find something similar elsewhere?
I'm hoping that I can find something better later on. I'm going to kind of wait. I'm not usually a very patient player. I do better at live money, but oftentimes by now I'm already out.
Okay.
So,
is that by strategy, or just kind of itchy, you want to get out there and get involved?
It's more itchy than strategy.
Okay.
My wife is much better at being more patient, wait until the end. I'm usually out by the end. I'm either at the top or I'm out.
So in terms of optionals, how many optionals do you have left?
I have 2 left. I've used 1. I whiffed on that one, so I've got 2 left.
Okay. Do you have some stuff later on in the day?
I've got some stuff I like later in the day. I actually like the mandatory races quite a bit. So
hearing that a lot. So I think that was part of the decision. We tried to find some playable races, and obviously some big fields that can create some opportunity for the players. In terms of your strategy coming in for overall, did you have a strategy or a particular bankroll in mind that you wanted to get to in order for the Hawthorne Derby or the Hawthorne Race 7?
Well, the last time I played in this, I went 0 for whatever, how many races there were. So I hope to do better than that. That was strategy number 1.
Well, going last and finishing 11th is the same.
That's
right?
true. That's true. That's true.
So I think sometimes when you're at 0,
I tell people that all the time.
You're typically, if you're at 0, you tried to win at some point.
Correct.
And there's no fault in that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'm probably, if I'm going to obviously have more than 750 at the end, and I'm probably going to, if I like something, I'm going to bet it all and try to win. So.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the approach, and I think that's, when I talk to some of the players, talk to Tony, talk to Phil, those are the people that they felt were going to be the most dangerous, the ones that have a big bankroll going into the last race and that weren't afraid to gamble and to go for it. So I think that's the right approach. I know you're currently sitting in 4th. You've got a lot of races. You got 2 optionals. Anything you want to add before I let you go and get back to work?
No, I've already made my bet for the next mandatory at Woodbine, so I'm good to go there. I'm going to go back and look and see if there's a lot of scratches today at some of the tracks. So it kind of narrows down, what where the value is. So I'm going to try to find something that has a little value and hopefully hit one more race.
Yeah, well, hopefully you're in there right now, sitting with a good bankroll, just over 4,000, sitting in fourth. Thank you, Tim.
All right. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks.
Ed DeRosa back in the corner, and we had the third place current runner, Eddie Olchek, but now we're joined by the leader of the Hawthorne Invitational with $6,163 in the bankroll, and hopefully counting. Wally Williams, a first-time participant here at the Hawthorne Invitational, and I'm guessing, just looking at the way the score shook out, that you did something with that long shot in third in the Ellis race.
I actually keyed off of the 3. I did 9-3 all, so that's where I caught the.
There you go. Well, that was a good one to catch there.
Yeah,
then.
I got lucky, but I did have 9-3-6 weighted a little bit more.
Okay.
So it would have been okay that way too. But
would have worked out.
Yeah.
And now, and one thing we talked with some of the guests earlier, psychological component of tournament play, and you told me you suffered somewhat of a bad beat earlier through the miss punch curse, which who among us hasn't been there, but you might even be off to a more commanding lead had that not happened. How do you shake something like that off as a player?
You have your plays written down in the morning. You studied last night. If you let that miss punch bother you, it changes your mentality or something. You're going to lose. I've missed punch. I've made bad bets my whole life, and you got to move to the next race.
And the next race that everyone is going to be playing in is the Woodbine 7th. We are 13 minutes away from that. What's your comfort level with Woodbine? It's back-to-back mandatories there.
So I used to be an everyday Woodbine player. About 5-6 years ago, I used to play Woodbine every day. I switched to the Kentucky circuit about 5 or 6 years ago. That's why I play every day now. So I'm a little familiar with Woodbine, but not super familiar. This is a pretty solid race, though.
Yes.
This is nothing that is hard to look at, yeah.
And then the 9th, and then, what do you know it? By then, we're all the way to the finale. Now, I've only known you for 5 minutes, just met here. I can already tell, though, that you are not one who plays defense with your contest. I don't think – now, it's a little different because you can only play 250, but I don't get the sense you're looking to nurse your lead.
Oh, no, we're trying to win. I'm not trying to get second. I'm not trying to get third. I'm going to try and win the tournament.
Trying to win.
Yeah.
And you have one optional left?
I have one optional left, and then the 2 Woodbines, and then the turf race at Hawthorne.
Now, with having the lead, will you use that optional and think, well, I can maybe afford to at least wait on it, or do you have a play you want to make?
I have 3 plays left on the optionals, odd dependent, and whichever one I decide. I have 3 optionals circled, but one of those 3.
One of those 3.
Yeah.
And it's already been a good weekend for you. You told me you got to experience the 2 Phils Ohio Derby
Yeah,
win.
we were at Thistle yesterday. He ran unbelievably. Special horse, real special horse. Larry did a great job with it. One of my really good friends, the Sagan family, sold it to Vinny. They stayed in for a piece, and it's just been a great ride with him.
Yeah, it was that was fun to watch. I mean, Geraldo just looked like whenever he wanted, he had the nitrous ready.
Yeah, I was standing there with Anthony, and in the turn, he's like, getting a little anxious. I was like, Anthony, the race is over, man. Like, you could tell the way that Corellis was sitting on the horse, the race was over.
That was I watched the race with Emily Gullikson, our co-host, and I was like, man, what's he waiting for? And she's like, what are you talking about? He can win whenever he wants.
Whenever he wanted to go, he was just going to go. He, like I said, special horse. I don't know exactly what Larry's plan is, but if he comes back good, I think they're going to go into a grade 1 next.
It would seem to be the case, which would lean Haskell, I'm guessing, in that case. Not a grade 1 coming up at Woodbine, but it is a stakes. It is a mandatory race. Best of luck.
Thank you so much, Ed.
All right, that's Wally Williams. He is number 1 in the Hawthorne Invitational, currently 6,100, and 1,700 back to second, so decent little lead. Going into mandatory race number 3, Emily and I will handicap it after this.
It is the Alley Wow Stakes. Scratch 1. Star Candy is Stuart Scratch. 2 Secret Money, Emma Jane Wilson, and 4 is out. Renegade Rebel is a vet scratch as they head out for the post parade. And it'll be on the E.P. Taylor turf in 7 minutes, the feature race.
Welcome back, Ed and Emily at the desk, and we're leading up to our third mandatory race, which is Woodbine Race 7. But let's touch base because we got a leaderboard update. I know you followed up with some people. Wally Williams, a local player, is currently in the lead right now. Qualified yesterday. It was part of the group that was able to get into the Invitational by playing the Saturday tournament. Currently sitting at 61.63 and 25 cents. We can see the leaderboard up there. Steve Wilson, who we'll talk to momentarily, sitting at 41.81, and then you just checked in.
Eddie O, yeah, Eddie O, old check checked in at 4,413. He did not say who he had at Belmont, so that may be higher if he hit his optional play. I know he was in action, so it's either 41.63.10 or some total higher than 4,400, and then the top 5 rounded out.
It would be down, right?
Down 2,500, right? Yeah, 41.63, because it has to be 250, so you know what it would be down no matter what. Although I guess if he really played inefficiently, he could have hit like $100 on an exacta play or something, but I think he's smarter than that.
And then I talked with Tim, who had a lot of his success. He hit cashed in both of the mandatory races at Ellis, Belmont, and still has a couple optionals. And it feels just like talking to people throughout the room. There's still a lot of people holding on to their optionals.
It seems that way. He's held on to one. He has one left, but Wally talked about already firing 2 of the optional bullets. He has 3 target plays, so he said he's going to watch the board and make the one he thinks is the best use of the money. So, but yeah, overall, I would say based on the lack of cheering we've heard between the mandatories, I don't think many have fired bullets.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you start talking with people and things just kind of come into your mind, or you start like thinking out loud, right, as you're having these conversations. And I think there is some strategy in terms of like timing versus your plays. Obviously, if you have a good play and you're getting the right price, tough to pass. But also, there is some value in holding on to some of those bullets. If you are in position, you do hit something in those mandatory races, to be able to have that extra optional before the final race of the tournament.
Yeah, and I would say this is a leak in my play. From when I've done tournaments, I do not feel like I have a firm grasp on sort of the theory behind, okay, yeah, this is great value, I need to play it, versus the utility of knowing that, well, I can make this play and it's going to get me X, or at least more assuredly get you to that point. Like today, you can make a $250 play. You're like, wow, this is great. This horse is 6-1. He should be 4-1. What value? And then you end up playing it, and even if you hit, well, if it turns out you need to play a $250 straight try to win at the end,
right?
It's disappointing to know that you connected the dots and are still so far behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and I think there's so much to that in terms of playing aggressively, in terms of gambling, which is what Tony and Phil were talking about, is being able to kind of play those higher percentage bets because you're focusing on what your overall goal is, right? And not kind of playing those place bets that even if you hit them all, it might not get you there, right? So it's not about having the number of winners. It's about winning.
It's about winning, and sometimes you can be dead right. I mean, especially in a contest like this, and we really see it. I think in the pick and praise with the NHC. I mean, you could have 8 winners, but if you don't have the 2 caps, you have no shot against anyone else who does. So keeping that in mind constantly throughout is essential, and it's part of the reason. As much as I thought, yeah, the Ellis favorite last mandatory was the most likely winner at 3-5, I could see a scenario where we're just uncomfortable what to do with it. I happen to like a 30-1, and I would have played it accordingly. I'm not sure, how well I would have done, but I feel like that was a race. Okay, I was in the ballpark at least.
Right, and you could kind of figure out. I can kind of make myself somewhere in the 10-15-1 range.
Right.
off that opinion,
Yes.
off that opinion, and do something with it. Well, we heard the announcement that Woodbine Race 7 is coming up, the third of the mandatory races, and we're 2 minutes to post right now. Pretty strong favor. Well, I shouldn't really say that because the 9 is currently sitting at 2 to 1, and same thing with the 2. So somewhat a competitive race, but not necessarily the big full field board. So it's another one of those races that really comes down to, again, like just what we're talking about, your opinion, how you're going to bet it, and what you're looking to get in terms of that outcome.
Yeah, and one thing I've enjoyed asking, knowing that the Woodbine mandatories were 40% of the mandatory slate, is what as a player, are you familiar with it? How do you come into it?
I've heard of it.
And I was segueing to that. I would say you in the room are probably the one who spends the most time on a day-to-day basis with Woodbine. Yesterday, for me, I felt like Thistledown was a potential edge. Do you feel these races, because even if you follow a circuit, not every race is going to be in your wheelhouse, but I am very keen to hear what you have to say about this one, knowing you actually look at Woodbine on a daily basis.
Yeah, Woodbine's a tough track. It really is. I mean, there's a lot of factors. I think beyond the synthetic, it's a super long meet. They start in April. They go all the way into the middle of December. It's a grind. They race 4 days a week. They're big, full fields. There's all different types of conditions, and since it is that long meet where you pretty much have all those horses that are stationed around Woodbine, sometimes there's horses that are running in conditions that they're not meant for, and then you're kind of waiting for that horse to get into the spot. So their form lines look a little dirty, and there's some strategy in terms of the trainers. This race, we have a stakes race, so you kind of have some of that intent question taken out of the way. Horses that want to be in this race for that stakes, and we're kind of seeing that with the 9, Rider, which I'm assessing. Currently sitting at 9 to 5, currently the favorite, and in the pools there. As somewhat legitimate, has the speed figures that fit, has a favorable running style, the connections, obviously, Mark Casse, Patrick Husbands win a lot of races up there, more probably familiar of the connections. And Secret Money shipping in, maybe one that has been recently racing out in the Kentucky circuit, is the current second choice at 5 to 2.
I would love to beat the 9 here. I can't take 9 to 5. From a contest standpoint, I would absolutely looking to get the 8 in the mix, and I do like the 2 a little. I don't even like the 3 that much, so right there, 7 to 2 and 8 to 5 off. For me, 2, 5, 7, 8, and it's just a matter of how I work the 8 into those combinations, but that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think the 5 is kind of one of those bigger price numbers as well. You can kind of upgrade the last race, sitting one of those horses that's showing speed, sitting up close to a fast pace. Josie Carroll was a little bit colder to start off the Woodbine meet. Has been heating up as of late. They're in the gate. Good luck in race 7.
They stand well. Off they run in the alley. Wow, best away. Mohawk Trail won the start clearly. Coming through for the lead is Collecting Flatter. Up and down the inside. Rider from the extreme outside. Showing pace to go towards the lead and tracked along by stablemate Fearless Angel. In there, well bunched up in the early part. Secret Money's come off the hedge to be up in the centre second last. And early on, last call at the back. Little between them early on, and Collecting Flatter's gone to the front. Rider, a length away second. Up and down third from Mohawk Trail, a nice position. On the outside, trap wide, Fearless Angel from Secret Money, and last call at the back. The favourite coming forward, it's Collecting Flatter, about to be joined by Rider, sitting a neck away second. On the inside is Up and Down, 1.5 away third, 3 wide Fearless Angel. Mohawk Trail back in the centre, 1 to last call, starting to run, is coming around the outside and up the rails. Secret Money as they wheel for home in the alley. Wow, Collecting Flatter tackled by Rider, Fearless Angel, and last call down the outside, and Up and Down has the rail. Rider's gone. Mohawk Trail trying to get a run, is coming through at the centre, and on the inside Up and Down, out wide Fearless Angel, and last call. Rider being swallowed up here. On the inside Up and Down, and Mohawk Trail's gone to the front, Up and Down, and last call down the outside. Mohawk Trail in front. Mohawk Trail's got the alley. Wow, a great ride. Mohawk Trail by a length. A photo between Up and Down, and last call for second and third. Then Rider, and Secret Money ran on 1:15.65.
I'm betting a horse at Woodbine. I'm betting. I liked it. Right. I liked it enough to bet it. Before, about 30 seconds ago, the only good thing that had happened this weekend were those chocolate chip cookies that you guys put out for the dessert.
I saw you over there.
Yeah, I know, and I probably should have. Yesterday, different contest was a disaster. Today had been a disaster until just now. I had planned. I knew you and I were going to speak at some point, and I was going to say that these discussions you and I keep having, whether it's at NHC or some various Hawthorne event, they're becoming like therapy sessions for me, because I just stand there and I not commiserate, because there's not two of us miserable. It's me that's constantly trying to come to terms with, repeating the same mistakes. A famous Rich Nilsson quote, who I think is watching right now. Rich Nilsson once said, "You get tired of learning all the time in this game," and I learn and learn and learn, and it's been 25 years, and I'm still, trying to self-reflect and put it all together and not have to learn anymore. And, maybe I'll get there one day. I'm not there yet. I think I'm going to move up the leaderboard a little bit with that last race.
I can tell, we've done a few of these by now, and I can just tell your energy. And I knew what you had in this race, and I know that you played the 6, currently 10-1. We're still waiting for the race to go official, but I don't see any reason. We're just kind of waiting and going. Hey, slow down over there. No inquiries.
My luck DQ'd for running too fast.
So what did you play? What did you play this race?
250 to win.
250 win.
Yeah.
So you win. That's perfect, right?
I try to find exactas or trifectas where I can. I didn't really have any other strong opinions in the race.
Yeah.
Even my opinion on the 6 wasn't that strong. 2 races back at, I guess it was Gulfstream, it ran a really good race. And cutting back, I just thought, why not at 10-1? So.
Yeah. So up until this is gonna be a good hit. I mean, you played it right. You put yourself in a good position. That's not over. Everything goes to the end. Where were you kind of at in terms of your options? You hadn't hit anything at that point.
No, I've worked through 2 options, missed them both.
So you still have 1.
I have 1 optional left, and then the remaining mandatories. Yeah.
Okay. And then and we're official right now, so 23.10
Okay.
For that $2.
Decent breakage.
Yeah. So a good position in here with let's see, 2 more mandatories. One being the final. Since we're talking about this being like kind of therapy sessions and learning as we're going, have you learned kind of in terms of what your end game is, what your end game strategy?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you were following the Hawthorne Invitational back in 2019 when I was in the lead going to the last race, and I just went all in on the horse that I thought was the most likely winner, and that was, an absolute disaster. I ended at 0. And if I just played conservatively, I could have finished second. So here, let's just kind of monitor the leaderboard, see where I am, look at the prize structure. I want to win.
Well, if you've looked at the prize structure, it's extremely top-heavy because the winner is $10,000 plus the NHCC, which is attached to that $1 million bonus. Plus, then you have your choice of either the BCBC or the Pegasus, your choice. And then second place has either the BCBC or Pegasus and the NHC.
Good. Well, we'll focus then, I guess. Hopefully hit something.
Okay. Well, good luck. Congrats on this. I know that's a big morale boost for you.
It is,
and
for
you've
sure.
been grinding, and congrats.
And losing a lot and complaining to you and just boo-hooing all over the place, and who knows. Maybe this one will have a happy ending. Yes. Yeah, I know. It's Dylan.
All right. Well, Justin, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Keep checking in. I know you'll update me on your plays as well.
Thank you.
Ed DeRosa back in the corner with a leaderboard update, and one of the handicappers who is near the top of the leaderboard, Justin Dew, who Emily Gullikson just spoke with, is now in 4th, 4,050, and the gentleman to my right in 2nd, 4,343, and Wally Williams still in 1st. You missed that mandatory at Woodbine. He's down below 6,000, 5,913. You've won the NHC. You've been 2nd, and now you're 2nd here.
Yes.
Totally different format, though, when the bullets are live money.
I think I'd be satisfied to be 2nd here.
Sure.
Because I want to congratulate you on yesterday's
Thank you.
NHC. I qualified for the NHC last week. And to get a second NHC spot, I'd be psyched.
Yeah,
like, it would be wonderful. I came here with the thought I could maybe win, but I'm delighted and a little surprised to be in second at this stage.
Well, and I have to say, you and I don't want to say spent years together, but my former NHC role was handing out past performances, and you love coming by to get the brisnet sheets, and I love getting to meet the players and stuff, but I am very excited to actually get to finally play myself.
I will do some printing for you.
Thank you.
That's a promise, because I'm a teacher, and the copy machine, I'm probably the #1 user.
All right. Do you still have mimeograph machines? Or
those are, I think, against the law, but
wow.
I used to have one until relatively recently.
Grade school, I remember those being around.
Well, anyway, Spirit toners, yes. When I started my career for like 10, 15 years. I had my own even, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, racing has even come longer ways technology-wise than the mimeograph machine, we're happy to say. Second place, pretty good spot to be in.
That's wonderful to be in. I'm delighted in a live money contest to be in second, and the tournament's been wonderful so far. The hospitality's great. What a field, and the format to be able to pick races, and to have a couple more very competitive races, and to essentially have banked a winning day already, it takes a lot of pressure off.
Right, yeah, that's true.
I'm already feeling very good.
And you and I were talking, the big difference from contests like the BCBC, Grade 1 Gamble, where the bankroll is always in play. In this contest, that's not necessarily the case. Only the last race can you bet more than the minimum allowed. So, yeah, to me, that's a very different strategy, knowing that no one else in the room is going to go all in either.
It is, and also the requirement to do exactly 250, because I always wait to the last minute. I'm constructing my bet.
Right.
I'm glad I have like a straight path. I'm not tripping through cameras. But I was, in this last race, I bet win place on the 9, who I really liked, and then was able to cover a little bit with the winner, but it's tough. And the thought, like, I've got to get exactly,
right.
And, I tried to do a custom bet. You can't do a custom bet for 250.
Oh, really?
You must use a number up to 200.
Up to 200.
So,
I ran
on my
into that
earlier
yesterday.
race that I hit, I did 125.
And what was
twice.
The race that put you into the spot you're in?
The Ellis race.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I had the 3-9, 10 exacta, and I bet the 3. I liked the 3 as a 4-year-old, and a lot to like about that horse. And then I'll have another breeding. Just the 9 is just a really nice horse.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I took a chance, and the other runners didn't have much turf breeding, and to have the form of the 10 horse go off at that price, I was delighted.
Yeah, the speed very favorable at Ellis Park. This meet, turf or dirt, that was what attracted myself to the 10 as well at that big number. We sort of made
and drew the one post last time, so had to send. So that was, maybe had a more comfortable time.
Right.
I didn't watch the replay, but that was a little extra oomph.
That I do like the extreme inside-outside when they either move in.
Yeah.
I do think that's
Okay.
something to pay attention to.
I got to start handicapping you, part of this NHC field.
No, it's amazing to me, especially weekday tracks I place, get some small fields, and if maybe they're shipping in from Turfway, which has the big full fields, you'll see them at Thistledown. Well, they're going from post 11 or 12. And then they get 1 or 2 at Thistledown going 6. I mean, it's a difference. And I think, Chris Larmy had that podcast. If it's in the PPs, it's in the price. I find that's one angle that actually maybe is not as efficiently expressed. So, yes. Watch out for those extreme post moves. Like 9 to 5, other than being a great song, is not a post move that I get excited about.
There's a lot of love for Dolly Parton.
But 12 to 1 does work. So we've made the turn, so to speak, more than halfway home in the mandatories. With being where you are leaderboard-wise, any change in strategy? Or
going all in now.
Yeah.
No, it's a great tournament because I've got 250. In the first mandatory, I bet to win on the favorite. I didn't have a strong opinion, and it's a blanket finish. I certainly could have nosed in on the exacta, but just the thought that I'll find some things that I do like a lot, and I've got to go because I got to handicap a couple more races.
go.
I did all my paperwork. I've got to do on my own now, and it took me a long time. So
Exactly.
I'm well organized, but I still need a handicap.
All right. Well, we won't keep you any longer then, but wish you the best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, and good luck next March.
Thank you. I will see you.
Final table.
I hope so.
Final table. You saw it here. You saw it
Final
here.
table. I love it. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
All right.
Quick leaderboard update again before we send it back. Wally Williams still in first, 5,900. Then Steve Wolfson, 4,343. That's you. Yaler at 4,132. And Justin Dew in fourth. Eddie Olchak in fifth. So we've, I believe we've talked to everyone in the top five. Current top five.
All right.
Best of luck going forward.
Stop the contest. Haha.
We've got the top 10 leaderboard updated after race 7 at Woodbine, the most recent mandatory race, and joined by Kyle King, who's in the mix. I see your name up there.
Yeah, I hit my first optional play. So that catapulted me up there towards the beginning of the tournament, and I haven't hit anything since, but I still have the couple mandatories left, so we'll see.
So I know you've played the tournament. You're one of the local players. We got to talk at the NHC, and there's a big difference this year in terms of having those optionals, having 3 optionals versus having 1. How have you been able to maximize that in order to put yourself in the position, or just optimize your optional races in general?
I think because I use the computer, I have some coding, and I run all the data. So what I did is on Friday, I downloaded the races for all the tracks. So I kind of looked at every race. So that's something that just a pencil and paper DRF person probably is going to struggle to do because there's a lot of races today. So that was an advantage I had. So I was able to choose 3, and I found one at Monmouth that I liked, and so I hit it.
So when you're kind of scanning through all those races and being able to use your program, and I have something similar, so I kind of know what you're going for on that. Are you typically looking for plays, looking for horses that are over a certain morning line? Or are you looking more in terms of favorites that you think are vulnerable and finding races that are playable?
I was looking for prices on this. I was looking for I had in mind trying to get like a 12-to-1 type price on my $250 on all my plays, because I thought you needed enough bullets going into that last race, and so that was at least my goal. So with that in mind, I was scanning all the races, and whether it was a favorite that I could hook up with a couple underneath, or whether it was just a bomb that I liked on top, or whatever, I really didn't care, but I was looking at the races with that in mind.
So, and I know also from last year, you're one of the players going into the NHC that had the $1 million bonus. Was that kind of one of your incentives this year to kind of put yourself back? And I would say that's probably for everybody, but I think once you've already been there, maybe it has a little bit more drive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would suck to win the NHC without that. I mean, no, it'd be fine either way, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, it would. It's certainly nice to have. I feel like I'm not too good at the NHC, but to have that extra $1 million would certainly make it worthwhile if I happen to get lucky one year.
So when you say not so good at the NHC, does it just have to do with format? Do you find yourself a little bit more efficient in these live money places?
Typically, yes. I'd say my best format is actually the ones that Hawthorne typically runs. They're Wild Wild West, do whatever, because I'm typically like a pick 4, pick 5, pick 6 player. So even this kind of format where you have to play vertically instead of horizontally, that's not my everyday play. So I'm kind of a little outside my comfort zone, but I'm I like this more than the $2 win place. I think I'm a little bit better at this, but for both of them, I might be a little over my skis.
So are you have the option that you can play that $500 today. Are you playing both? Are you kind of double fisting these tournaments?
I actually am just playing the Invitational today. Okay. I took a swing yesterday. I was up at Hawthorne Estates with Steve, and that didn't go so well, but I'm trying this, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, so far you're doing well. You're up there, sitting in 6th, and I have a pretty solid bankroll right now with just over 3,400, and in a position, kind of, I think for a lot of players, getting themselves in that position for the last race at Hawthorne. Are you comfortable playing Hawthorne, being a local?
Yeah, I've been playing Hawthorne a good amount this spring, so I know the jockeys. I know some of the horses, so. We'll see. I've been losing money at that high five on the last race every day, so we'll see. We'll see kind of how things go. That last race in the last mandatory today looks a little chalky, but maybe I could find something underneath that I like.
I think that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for a lot of players, and what makes a tournament good, right, is having that diversity. Well, Kyle, I wish you the best. I know we're still going to talk programs, so I still want to pick your brain on that. So we're going to we've got Belmont Race 8. We're going to kick it to Ed in our next interview.
Ed DeRosa back in the corner. Some optional action going on behind me, and the gentleman to my right, Greg Lewis, who's currently in 7th place with $3,441. And Greg, I've talked to the leader, and only you and him so far, the ones I've talked to, have made the most of their optional plays. You told me you hit one earlier at Woodbine, and then also hit this last mandatory at Woodbine. Is Woodbine a go-to for you, or just working out today?
No, well, they seem they're great contest tracks in a format like this, because they're generally larger fields, and horses can come from all over the place. I don't see a real bias in on that race course. So it's a little different than like a Monmouth, where it's kind of inside speed, things like that.
Greg, a 9-time qualifier to the National Handicapping Championship, which in Las Vegas is a win-place mythical wagering contest. When you qualify, is that typically how you have, or you prefer the live bankroll?
I'm an awful cash player. I have Tony Zhao at my table. He's better than I am. Kevin Costello are much better than I. So I'm pretty good on like the Friday Fishbowl, things like that, where it's pick and pray. I go ride my bike or do something. But the live format I'm not very good at either. So.
I'm a pick and pray backer myself as well. The live one, I get so frustrated when you see the cap horse and you didn't have it, and know you're way behind the 8 ball. Not the case in cash, though. You'll be able to make some moves, at least come the last race of the day, the Hawthorne 7th. Have you thought about a target score? Has your strategy changed at all, that you're actually on top of, or near the top of the leaderboard?
Not really. I'll just fire away and see what happens. I got like 3 or 4 horses. Don't ask me who they are now. They're on a piece of paper, and I'll fire away at that time.
Any optionals left?
One optional.
One optional. So you have the one optional. We have the penultimate mandatory coming up, Woodbine 9, and then it all rides in the Hawthorne 7th. Any thoughts? I didn't ask you where you're from. Are you local?
I live in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, okay. Fellow Buckeye. I'm from Cleveland.
Oh, great.
So always like to hear the scarlet and gray represented in the contest environment. But I think they've done a great job here. Hospitality's been great.
Well, I've been coming up here for years. I met Kevin Costello up here, and we met a lot of other people. It's kind of, you see the same people at all the live events. But to me, this is the best value for cash play. A great live event. They all do a great job. Rhonda, Steve, and John, and all the others that I failed to mention. But I try to make it out here every time, drive up the time. But I think it's, for anybody else who really wants to get involved with the cash game, because I started playing these tournaments 4 or 5 years ago, and it kind of gives you an opportunity to walk out way with money, and knowing that you get paid for what you do.
That's right, and no entry fee for this contest or either of the other two this weekend at Hawthorne. A big bonus for those. It's all money on the line, and it's your money to keep when you do. And right now, Greg Lewis has $3,441 in the kitty. He's in 7th. They're all chasing Wally Williams in 1st, $5,913 on top. That's it for me and Greg. Appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate
it.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, welcome back. We've had some races going off, some chatter in the room, but I'm here to chat with Kevin Costello, one of the local players here. How's the tournament going for you so far?
Well, it was going great until about 2 minutes ago.
Oh no, what happened 2 minutes ago?
So I lost a photo at Belmont and one other minor mistake that shall be nameless.
Well, and that's the one I want to talk about the most, because I feel like so much in terms of horse playing and playing in tournaments in general is just being able to minimize those mistakes. So where did you feel that you made a mistake?
Well, if you have to be specific, I'm afraid I only bet 240 in one of the races.
Oh no, so it was more of a rules.
I was punching in a $10 win ticket and the gates opened, and I don't think I didn't get it in.
Okay, so that's one of the big tournament mistakes in terms of the rules, is not hitting those mandatories. And surprisingly they're not. You hit the race
for 240.
Okay. And it happens more than we like to think, right? I mean, last year we had a disqualification of the winner of this very tournament just by missing a bet.
It's my own fault. I got up there with 4 minutes to post, and I was throwing in a bunch of trifecta and superfecta part wheels, and I hit them, but I was left with $10 and trying to get that last ticket in, and I just didn't do it.
Well, I'd say if anything, the good thing with live money is at least you get to keep what you won. So there's something in there. So if you finish 11th, you'd kind of be in the same spot, and you have some cash money. So that aside, that mistake aside, because we do talk about that, it's like the fewest mistakes really kind of put you in that position, and those type of ones sting, and you'll be obviously probably thinking about that for a while. In terms of the rest of the play, just pretending that didn't happen for the sake of this conversation.
Well, so Emily, I guess one question I was going to ask is, do you want me to stick specifically to commentary on the Invitational or the other tournament as well?
I'm actually happy to hear whatever you'd like to say. You're playing both today?
Yeah, I am. I'm playing both. And one of the things I love about these tournaments, and I love about Hawthorne in general, in the NHC tournaments I can play my pick 5s and pick 4s and things. So I feel I've got, a little bit of an advantage there, like a little bit of an edge to be able to play those type of bets. It's what I normally play for cash anyway, and this tournament gives me the opportunity to do it. So basically with the Invitational, I wanted to have money in both tournaments, because it does give me an opportunity to hedge and do some things later on if I'm alive to win one or both. It gives you some opportunities with what you can do later on down the road.
So in terms of the $500 tournament, you're playing that, you're playing those pick fives and pick fours, and you have a smile on your face. So I'm seeing less mistakes at least.
Well, I think in that one I'm going to take 2 beats on 4 out of 5s on pick fives, and I think I'm going to hit a pick 4 for cash outside of the tournament is what it looks like.
Okay. So overall, and then, since we're talking about this, just makes me think in terms of the type of plays that flatter your style. You would say that kind of this Hawthorne tournament, live money, typically?
Very much, and specifically the Hawthorne tournament because of the picks. I think, I really think I'm kind of agnostic between the 2 to win place and like the express bet formats with the win, play, show, exacta, trifecta. I'm really kind of agnostic between those forms, but I really like this format, and it's because of the picks and because you can basically do anything you want, which is really the way that all of us play cash anyway. Right. So really do like the format and love being here.
Well, we love having you, and I just want to compliment you again. And you did such a good job at one of the pool parties. People still talk to us about it, and they're awesome. I've done a few.
Pick 5 in that pool party.
There you go. I mean, you play to your strengths. Well, Kevin, awesome. Good luck the rest of the way. I'm sure it'll be water off a duck's back as far as the mistake going forward. I think we're going to send it. Yeah, thank you, Kevin. We're going to send it back to Ed as we're waiting for our upcoming mandatory race.
We are back to Ed in the corner. Marshall Graham, the guest, currently in 12th with 2,962. And you're the first person I've talked to who is out of your optional bullets. So 2 races left for you, Woodbine 9, Hawthorne 7. What's the approach with where your bankroll is, and how much will you be watching the leaderboard?
I probably won't watch it all. I'll probably bet at Woodbine, I just would like to keep my money, right? If I could keep 250, if I could, even 250 to place, I'd like to do that, and then flip it into, make a big win wager or an exact at Hawthorne. But right now, I'm just trying to sort of preserve what I have. I'm not really a Woodbine handicapper. I'm not going to sort of pour over the form and pretend I know anything about Woodbine. So I'm going to take what the board gives me. If maybe something creative comes up, I'll do so. But I just really like to keep that 250.
And when you talk about what you'll have for the finale, minimum 750, but you can bet more if your bankroll allows. Is that approaching your head because you have a strong opinion in that race, or you think just from the contest game theory perspective, you want to know a target score to hit, and you'll have more latitude with a full bankroll?
Yeah, I'll just have more latitude with a full bankroll. I mean, you can expect in here, with the field that people would be gunning to win. And so,
the top prize definitely is more than.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna, again, I just like more money to work with for the Hawthorne race. And look, I don't play Woodbine. I don't really play Hawthorne as much either. I played it more this year because of the 12% win place show. Excellent win takeout, but Woodbine I just don't know. So I'm not going to get super creative about horses I don't really know. I love just to keep my 250 and keep rolling. And that's how I've kind of treated my optionals. I guess I got back $610 on 750 in optionals. I wish I could have done a little bit better, but those are, that's an area I think, to get some money there, to give you money to go into that last race at Hawthorne to give yourself a puncher's chance.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, I know like Keeneland with their grade 1 gamble, they've done some stuff where there's a minimum on the last race, but you could be 0 by then and not even have the option of playing the last race. Here, no matter what, everyone in the room is going to have at least 750, which I think is an interesting wrinkle. I mean, you're in it in some way.
Yeah, and everyone's going to be firing away, so you don't know where people are going to be coming from. Now, I do think it is, the dynamics of it is interesting because it's going to have a large effect on the pools, right? I mean, it's a Sunday of racing, and it's an allowance race.
Right.
So I think that, you start doing the math on 50, 60 players betting at least $750. A lot of people betting more. It's going to be interesting to watch the board and see what people do. If you're only working 750 to sort of leapfrog to the score that you might need, I think is going to be tricky. So again, for me, it's all about bankroll preservation.
Yeah, and I'm thinking their average race handle is probably 200,000 to 300,000. So, minimum 750 times 55 or so players. I mean,
Yeah,
that's like
so, I mean,
20% of a typical race.
Yeah, so you're starting to think of, you're starting to think of 60, 70 grand, they're 60 times 1,000. I'm sure it'll be higher than average than 1,000 in this room betting on that race, right? But it's going to be at least 60. And, I think that it could have an interesting effect on payouts. I think, like a longer price exacta or trifecta may overpay as people play the more logical outcomes. I don't know. I'm interested to see just from
when I was actually thinking maybe the opposite. If people feel like, man, I can win this, the big exacta third and fourth choice, does that actually make the chalk exacta an overlay?
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just
watch the pools, everybody.
Yes, I think especially it's worth watching the pools. We won't see what we can't see the try, but the try will be fascinating. I do think if you're able to get one of the longer prices, it's not a huge field either, right? That it might pay better. But again, it'll be something to watch. I'm excited at least to see.
Yeah, me
too. It was
too.
certainly interesting in the October contest, that the last race, the effect the group had on the betting, and this will be bigger, right? Because this race it's a Sunday, and it's less of a, I think less of less of a known race.
Right, yeah, and a bigger portion of the handle will come from here than certainly on a Saturday. No question about it.
Which is good. It's the way we want it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's helps Hawthorne, and it's good for racing.
Yeah,
here.
it's all on track money for them, so it's great for them. Well, before we get there, we will have to get through the 9th at Woodbine. You're just hoping to get through it with some bankroll preservation. That's our second to last mandatory. Hawthorne, all the chips will be on the table. Marshall, really appreciate your time.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. He is in 12th currently, the leader at 5,900, Marshall at 2,900, so $3,000 behind. Top 10 are paying spots here, but the big prize certainly is on top, and that right now is Wally Williams at 5,900. We'll be back with more.
Emily Gullikson, and I'm back, and might be some familiar faces, especially if you followed the NHC coverage, because we covered the final table, but now everybody's here playing. So how's it going? We'll kind of start through the field. I guess I'm going to start with John, because I got your update on the way over as far as your tournament.
Yes, I was saying I was a little bit sour. My best opinions have been lousy. But sometimes that's good. At least you know that you had no chance. You can't get frustrated about bad rides or bad trips, or you just know your handicapping was lousy. So that's what you live with, and you move on and hope to hit the next race.
So do you still have a couple bullets in terms of?
I do. I have 2 bullets left.
As far as we say that, we're talking optionals, right?
Optional plays, right. So you find something that I don't particularly love anything coming up, but now that you know you have a price that you have to go for and kind of make your choices of the races that are remaining. And I'm an East Coast guy, so the lost race at Belmont or one of the lost races I'm going to look at and try to take some middle prices and try to make a score.
I think that was some of the feedback we got in terms of the final table. Even for me, going back and watching it, I've watched it a few times, is really focusing on like what that number is, and it kind of keeps you in there. Actually, Jorge, one of the things that you said in terms of when you're playing and kind of going more for an overall total of what you kind of needed for each race, that kind of like stuck with me. Is that a strategy you're using today in terms of you're trying to pick up?
I'm trying.
Okay, so what is like? Kind of expand on that.
It hasn't really worked out. I think I've hit for 2 races and got my money back on both those with some saver bets. So still got one optional and then the mandatories left. So still got some bullets to fire, but. The plan was to get to the last race with my starting bankroll, and I don't think that's going to happen, but we're trying.
So so now at this point, are you altering in order to try to get yourself there, like moving that up a little bit?
No, because I think the way I've been playing, if I still hit one race, I'll get like 600, and I'll be happy with like that 1,800 range right now. So I'm okay. I'm in a good spot. I got more than 750 to fire, so I'm comfortable.
Okay. And Dave, how about for you in terms of everything, like where I'm reading the face.
It's gonna say how long do you have, Emily? We could be here a while.
Don't play poker, especially with the guys on either side.
I think I've been sharing John's past performances because my horse has been running kind of up the track as well. So, yeah, I kind of had some what I thought were good opinions at the beginning of the day, and it's been slow going, but there's always a plan B and a plan C in case it doesn't go well. So.
So where are you at in terms of that plan?
We're like at Plan Z now, I think. Even the good thing about this format is you're always going to have at least 750 for the last race. So you can get creative, and no matter what your number is that you have in mind, you can craft a bet to get to that, even with just the last 750. So.
And I know that you guys have probably all looked at that race because it's going to be so key. And kind of recognizing that race from some of the people, I won't give my opinion of what I think of the race, though if you look on Hawthorne.com, you might see it, being a little bit more kind of on the chalky side. And I don't know if you feel that way or not, but will that matter in terms of how your type of bankroll that you want? Would that give you an advantage in terms of opinion?
It doesn't matter to me. I don't think you should ever be worrying about handicapping the lost race. A lot of what we said at the final table at the NHC was that you need to play a number that's going to get you to the top of the leaderboard. So if you have a score in mind and you need 10 to 1, 12 to 1, 15 to 1 on your money, you're just playing a horse that's 10 to 1, 12 to 1, 15 to 1 on your money to keep it simple. If you want to get a little bit more complicated, maybe you play a favorite over a horse in an exacta that's going to get you 10, 12, 15 to 1 on your money. That's it. If you only like a favorite, you can't just bet the favorite at 3 to 1 if you need 10 to 1 on your money. It's a silly wager. So you have to play it in such a way, regardless of what your handicapping opinion is to play to a number, to play to get to a certain score to try to win and try to win prize money. Otherwise, it was silly to even come and play.
Right.
So you have to practice what we were preaching earlier anyway.
Yeah, so how does that change? Jorge, we'll go back to you in terms of...
I'm just going to analyze the leaderboard and kind of look at it and craft a bet, like John said, that gets me to where I need to. I handicapped the race, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. I don't remember it. But we'll figure it out and just try to get to whatever that number is.
Well, right now, do you have kind of an idea of what that's going to be, or does that all kind of determine?
I haven't looked at the leaderboard at all, so I don't know what's going on.
Do you want to look at it?
He also doesn't do math. He does no math, so I sit next to him.
It's a little old, a little outdated, but the leader right now is currently just a little over 6,000.
Okay. Yeah, we can get there.
Yeah. So what do you have like an idea based on what your starting bankroll was, like what this final will be?
No.
No. Okay.
But I'll just
Jorge
look
is well
at it.
prepared, as you can tell.
He's had a couple weeks off. He should be first off the layoff.
A lot of time at the beach in Chicago yesterday, so he's.
No, I think I'll look at and kind of craft an exacta. So hopefully I can get more than one bet out there that gets me to that number. Just to give me some flexibility, but I might not have that leisure. I don't know, but if everything stays the way it's going, I'll have like $1,100 to fire, and we can get $8,000 out of that. So we'll try.
Yeah. And
I mean, the way I look at it is, if I have 750, like everything goes bad, I have 750 the last race. If there's an exacta that pays $10 for every dollar bet, that's $7,500. That's above what first place is. So it's not like you have to come up with something crazy. Now, is 6,000 going to be the winning score? Probably not. So you probably want to aim a little higher, give yourself a little margin. But I don't think you have to do anything super crazy at the end, even if you think it is fairly chalky, to get to possibly a winning position.
And I've gotten myself in trouble in live money tournaments before shooting way too high than I needed to. I think that applies to some, like the BCBC, but in the average cash tournament, I don't think you need to shoot as high. So we'll figure it out. But I'll run some quick maths and go from there.
I always tell them aim low. So
Yeah. Well, I'll ask Dave about math. I won't do it myself, but we'll get there.
And as horse players, you have to have a short memory. Your lost opinion is already gone. Your next opinion is going to be your best opinion.
Yeah.
So you have to use that to get to a number that you want to shoot for, whether it's 10,000 or 12,000 in this contest, or 8,000, whatever that number has to be. You have to believe your next opinion is going to be your best opinion.
Yeah, and in terms of kind of shooting high, that's what actually helped Chris and Scott last year in this tournament, finishing first and second. They weren't shooting for what their score was. They were shooting higher, and then just because of the way that they played, it worked out for them. So I think sometimes if you do kind of it'll take 5,000 to get there, and then you play to hit 5,000, you hit it, somebody could be above you.
Right, you have a tendency to overbet your bankroll in that situation. So it's not necessary if you're trying to get to a number like 8,000 or 10,000, and you have 1,000 in your bankroll, and you're betting exactas that your total score is going to be 12 or 14. It's unnecessary. You could probably bet a lot less and still leave yourself with an amount that gives you still a chance for prize money.
Right.
You can win both ways, whether you hit a nice priced horse, or if whatever remaining balance you had still keeps you up there enough that you haven't overbet your bankroll, and other people are going to come down because they have overbet their bankroll to get to a much larger spot.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point, something we really haven't talked about. What are your, as the math person?
Well, it's a little hard to overbet your bankroll in this format because all the bets are structured until the last bet.
Right.
So like in a BCBC kind of situation, you might go a little crazier. This, we get to the end, it's 750 or whatever, in excess of that amount, you get to bet. So, what John's talking about in that last race, that's when you finally kind of have to do a little bit more of that bankroll management.
When talking with Tony earlier, he's kind of thinking that the person that's going to kind of gamble it, right, in that last race, not especially with this tournament. I know that I'm talking to people here, and you guys can correct me, but everyone's playing for that top spot, correct? I mean, in this tournament, because it being so top heavy and being able to push kind of all in on that.
Correct. Yeah, I think probably almost everyone here will be doing some form of pushing all in. Just because it's really hard to kind of think of an amount that you would sit on that might win or get you one of the top prizes. I think you're just kind of putting it all in play. In the way Jorge's been playing today, he kind of does a bunch of different combinations, whereas I'm just kind of one strong opinion and pushing it towards that. Only one of his combinations will come in, but I would assume he's putting everything in play no matter what anyway.
Oh yeah, we're not going to be doing a lot of combinations in the last race. We're going to be narrowing it down and firing big shots. But I think I was more trying to survive the first couple races and have a little bit more options to fire in the last. My options are going to be a little more limited, I think, but we'll still have more than 750, so better than Dave.
And Tony is absolutely right with his opinion, but also Tony's an extreme.
Yeah.
Tony can be in first place with 6,000 and go all in with his entire bankroll.
I think that's sort of what he was leading to.
Yeah.
Well, I know that we do have that last mandatory, or not last, second to last, penultimate, as we say in horse racing, mandatory race coming up in Woodbine Brace 9. So I will let you guys go, and I appreciate you coming up here. I know that some people are rooting for you in the chat. I've been following on the live stream, so I appreciate it. If you haven't already, if you're watching the live stream and you haven't already, check out the Final Table stuff, because it's evergreen content, a lot of value in there, and I appreciate it. And we'll check in as it goes down to these last couple races.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very
for
much,
having
Emily.
us.
I appreciate it.
Back in the corner with Paul Weiser, who moved up to 8th in between the time we pulled him from his table and he sat here. That's a good feeling. 2 mandatory races left, and you fired your last optional at Belmont coming up, so we'll make sure you get to watch that. But you're in 8th, so you have to feel pretty good about that.
Happy to have some money, have an opportunity to play in the last, so it's good.
And overall in the tournament, the leaderboard I had when you sat down, you were at 1,500. Yeah. So now you're up to here. Does that take the edge off, or in your mind, what does it do to actually have a bullet land?
You obviously don't want to go into the last race with 750 and be in the position where you got to be really precise. This gives me an opportunity to spread a little or really hammer something if I like it, depending what the board is. So it gives me a lot of options. That's all I can ask for again in the last. I can play what I want to play. That's all you really want in a live money contest.
Right.
Play the horses you want to play.
And you have Belmont coming up, and then everyone has Woodbine coming up. 13 minutes to that. Did you have a thought in Woodbine 9?
Yeah, I don't have my sheets with me, but I did have the race picked out. I'm ready to go, and I'm going to have big prices there and at Belmont, so hopefully one of them hits, and I'll be much higher up on the leaderboard by the time we talk again.
I was stunned to look up. I'll say what I'm playing because I'm not in the contest. I thought the 5 was going to be a big favorite here. It looks like they're betting one of the debut runners, but at 9-2, I'm gonna loosen the cash bankroll. At least I think that's a good price. I'll be eager to hear what the players are doing. But you mentioned in the last or the 7th at Hawthorne, which is the last race of this contest, maybe looking somewhat formful. Yeah. I don't disagree. So to me, when you know it looks formful, easier to handicap that, I think, necessarily than the top 3 in order. So are you thinking about how the other players are going to have to play that, knowing that it looks like?
No, I mean, we all play the same race. They're all looking at the same information. So, again, I just want to be in a position to play the horses I want to play and give myself a shot to have the best finish I can. That means playing big prices all the way up till then, and whatever amount of money I have, it'll determine what I can do.
You're from Massachusetts. You and I were lamenting the lack of tracks, that being 0 in the New England region. Chicago down to 1. Any thoughts on what can turn this around to get more people excited about this great game?
Well, there's so many things that could be done if we could get out of our own way, right? But Hawthorne's a great example of all the things you can do. Lowering takeout, giving people a product that's worth playing, good customer service. That's how you get people into any type of gambling game. And they're doing the right things here. Keelan does the right things. Santa Anita does there's a lot of places that do really good stuff. And I hope the horse players just go out and support them, and more people will learn they have to do the right stuff.
Love it. Couldn't agree more, and glad to see you supporting it. And we'll let you support your horse at Belmont. They're going in the gate. It's his last optional, last mandatory coming up at Woodbine in 11 minutes. We'll be back with more.
Thanks, Ed.
Well, I'm joined here by one of the locals, fan favorite, Dave, nicknamed the Maven. And we have you in. You flew in, today?
This morning.
Flew in this morning and playing the Invitational, also playing the Sunday tournament?
I'm playing the Venetian Seniors right now. I'll be playing day 2 there tomorrow at the Venetian. $1,600 buy-in. Prize pool is going to be over $1 million. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I've been following along and obviously rooting for you. A big fan overall in general. And you came into Hawthorne and Steve goes, you got to talk to Dave real quick. He's on tilt. He's already did something, bet Laurel when he was supposed to bet Belmont. How's your day going so far?
My day from a gambling perspective is going pretty poorly so far. It looks like I didn't screw up badly. I made an extra optional bet, and I had to cancel what I had for an optional bet in this race at Belmont, but I lost at Laurel, lost at Belmont, so the result for the contest is the same, but because I'm a horse player, I had to go bet this Belmont race with real money, because if I would have won, I would have at least wanted to get the money as opposed to having it on my bankroll.
Okay, so yeah. So you ended up playing Belmont Race 9. We're kind of watching as we're going. Okay, so you played that one as one of your optionals. Didn't work out. Do you still have an optional left?
I do not.
Okay, so that was your final optional. Was that kind of part of your strategy? Did you kind of want to get out ahead of it before?
No, I found the 3 races that I liked the most. Maidens on the grass. I played the Ellis Maiden race. I like the turf races, full fields. I've picked the races first, and then I picked the horses.
Yeah, and that one I felt like that, even just looking at the result right now, kind of seems like we've seen a lot of these races where it's like chalk second favorite, long shot underneath, and kind of that pattern.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
So in terms of, since you're doing, playing a lot of poker, doing a lot of game theory, in terms of this tournament, what would be kind of a strategy for you coming in?
Well, the strategy coming in was there was no strategy. You just take it one race at a time. You take it as it comes up, unless you have something really strong. Unless I had something I loved in the 7th at Hawthorne, I wanted to make sure I had $2,000 for. This race coming up at Woodbine, I mean, look at this, 13 horses, maidens on the turf, wide open betting market. I'm going for 5 figures this race. I ain't messing around. I might not get there, but this is a race to try and put some numbers on the board.
So we say there's no strategy, then all of a sudden you come out with this masterful strategy of how it's going to get done, but this is probably the race. Yeah?
It's not a masterful strategy. Some races you can go for it, and some races you can't. Like, for example, the first race of the contest, an 8-horse dirt race at Belmont. I played an exacta box 7-8. That didn't work out, but I wasn't going to be going for, to try and win the tournament right then and there in that race. There's times and places.
Yeah, but again, it still comes down to kind of knowing that spot, right? Knowing what that race could produce, what it could bring you, and how, again, that kind of works towards your strength.
But Emily, there's just so many different ways to get to the number. You can do parlays, you can do exactas, you can do trifectas, you can do superfectas. You don't necessarily have to have a plan and work backwards from it. I think you just be open-minded. One of the lessons I've learned from poker is the power of position. And the power of position in poker means you have more information to act when you make your decision. And you don't need to decide 2 days out, I'm going to go all in on this horse in this race. Just take it as it comes and trust in the process, and hopefully you make the best decisions you can along the way.
Yeah, and that's great, and I love hearing that, because it's always good reminders and little things that maybe you heard or it hits you kind of at the right time and place. Like you said, remaining open-minded to that. Well, I always enjoy chatting with you. I know we'll chat a little bit more as the cameras walk away, but good luck in this upcoming race 9. I'll be curious to check in afterwards and see how you do. Good luck the rest of the way. Always rooting for you.
Thanks, Emily, and by the way, congratulations on all your good work. She's one of the good ones in the business, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bet live on the next play, minute by minute, with PointsBet's Lightning Bets. PointsBet, your move.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
All right, Ed, welcome back. I feel like we haven't talked in a while because we've been around the room and talking to a lot of people. But right now we're coming up on the penultimate mandatory race, which is Woodbine Race 9. And I think for a lot of people, this is one of the trickier races, one of the fuller fields, and might be one of the races that people could really step out in terms of leaderboard. Depends on how they play.
Yeah, if I were, well, everyone's alive because you can't lose all your money until the last, but I'd be looking to try to win the contest right here. The favorite, who knows, because it's a first-time starter. I'm shocked that the 5 is 6-1. It's one of those, like, why is it this price? What am I missing? A win bet, you know, that'd be great. You'd get $1,500, but I would absolutely be looking to beat this favorite and trying to key the 5 into something where I could make $5,000 or $6,000.
Yeah, when I was talking to Dave, that's kind of his approach for this race is trying to hit something big, and I think a lot of people too. I mean, we just had the leaderboard flash up on the screen there. I don't think we're going to post it with 1 minute, but we're sitting. Do you have the?
I do. Yeah, that's
the most recent.
No, I have the most recent.
None of those there, but we're still at about like 6,000. I think is still right on top. Yeah. A little bit closer, just a little bit under. Kind of tightened up a little bit with 5,600 in the lead. Frank Massari made a move just under 5,500, so it's pretty tight and a lot of bankroll to play. Actually, the scores right now are a lot higher than even last year. Obviously, having those extra mandatory, a little bit more money to work with. But yeah, let's since we have that top 10 up, let's go back and look at this Woodbine Race 9 coming up. Yeah, you're against a favorite who's 11. It's a tricky race, so a lot of first-time starters taking money, so you figure that's inside information. I approach these kind of races in general, maiden races like this, of splitting kind of into 2 categories, right? Assessing the horses that have run, working from that group.
Right.
Finding if there's weakness in there, then it's going to upgrade first-time starters, and then I'm working from
And I'm not surprised to see the 11 taking some money. Just, you know, he fit in a firster that would take money, but in a, 12-horse field left, 13 to be 2-1. That's some serious steam. Into the teeth, as Joe K likes to say, of a horse like number 5, who I actually thought would be favored even over a steaming firster and is 9-2. I bet to win.
Yeah, and I mean the 9 being the kind of second choice right now at 4-1 from another 12-1 morning line, but coming off an almost excuse trip in their race to finish 3rd, kind of a better than looked effort. But we're going to cut away as the horses are going in the gate. If there's no delay, we'll have the sound in the background. Good luck in race 9.
Has gone in okay. Shays Town, a first-time starter. Now Victorious Tappet, a fair way down the track. Victorious Tappet digging the toes in here. And she is begrudgingly being asked to come up, begrudgingly responding, but this is her first up run of the layoff, and she's had 2 starts. Meantime, waiting is Get Out the Vote. On the move here, Victorious Tappet. Comes up, goes in okay, Get Out the Vote. Next to Long. Now Neolithic Nation to gate 10. Solid support for the first-time starter, the Negon Factor. The ride here for Sofia Vives, and comes up looking a picture of health. The last couple will follow, 3 more. Still working on the Negon Factor. Has gone in. Cantho is now joining them. Another fresh face in the field is Crystal the Pistol. As is Delawana Princess to the outside gate. So the fillies and mares are almost right. All in. Locked up. Off they race, and back to last, Get Out the Vote, and best away was Zana with Just on Time, and in the centre is Born to Boogie. Away pretty quickly is the Negon Factor, sent by Sofia Vives right up to the front and is shot to the lead on the outside, 3 wide. And as they settle down, Cantho is handy, also Neolithic Nation. And getting back behind them now, Born to Boogie's being passed. Around the outside goes Crystal the Pistol, and Delawana Princess is making ground, is just on time, dropped right back to mid-pack with Yorkshire. About 4 lengths away is Get Out the Vote, Danzig, Queens towards the back. And on the outside is Shaystown. Racing out in front, the Negon Factor shows the way, 3/8 to run a length. Neolithic Nation, Zana up on the outside in 4th is Cantho, followed by Born to Boogie and then Crystal the Pistol. And over on the inside, just on time to the outside, Delawana Princess. The Negon Factor in front as they go inside the final 2 furlongs. Zana emerging on the outside and deeper out, Neolithic Nation. Born to Boogie's running home well in the centre and coming after the leader, Negon Factor in front, tackled by Born to Boogie on the outside. And then came Zana. Born to Boogie and Zana go on. Born to Boogie racing about but in front, and Born to Boogie's going to rock on to win. Born to Boogie by a length to Zana, the Negon Factor just on time, and Neolithic Nation 1:8.94.
Well, we just have the horses cross the wire in Woodbine Race 9 and saw a little bit of chaos in there as the 3 Born to Boogie was able to get up. It's 25-1. We didn't hear a lot of cheering, a lot of rooting towards the end of the stretch. It was kind of a grind with those runners, but it was definitely the race that could shake things up on the leaderboard. Whether it does remains to be seen.
I mean, anyone who even just had the 3 to win, if they did the 250, is in really great shape. From the sound of the room, I think most people were with me and did not have the 3. I would have zeroed out on that race for sure. And looking back, I didn't have any marks on the 3 that I could have even said, oh, that's how I got there. 11, I could see why it took money, certainly well met. You know,
showed that early speed.
Showed early speed and was in the mix and faded. I don't hate that I was on the 5 at 5-1. Like if that was your horse, you probably feel okay. You just got beat by Born to Boogie, but man, that was a big chance to shake things up. But it was quiet.
There was the 10 in there that was kind of in that outside stalking trip. I was looking at that one at 65-1, kind of faded a little bit towards the end, but it did look a little bit wide open when those horses came into the stretch. And will be interesting to see if there is some leaderboard movement. I know there's some players that can be a little bit quiet, some that are in the other room or sitting over at the bar. Maybe it was good for them.
And I know it's a running joke, but even 250 to place on the 3.
It is the running joke, yes.
Would have been would be a decent score in this case. But yeah, if you were on that horse to win, I don't know if anyone's doing 250 on a 20-some-to-1 because you kind of think, well, if they finish 3rd, I can do this with exactas, whatever else. But I mean, even 100 to win, 2,500 puts you in the mix. 2,500 more.
20, yeah, exactly. Plus you still have your 750.
No matter what, you have 750.
Right,
so.
And maybe even another optional. And I know we're talking about optionals, and one of those could be the Hawthorne Derby, and so we are focusing on that. I see it on the other screen. I can see it in the background right now. As we are 4 minutes to post, we might drag out a little bit, but I think this is a race that at least people have some interest in. Being a Hawthorne person, I certainly have some interest. I'm interested in this race. I'm
very interested in this race.
You are. Are you out of deductions in this race?
I like the 6 a lot.
Out of deductions.
We will see where the 2 ends up because I can't imagine it'll be 13-1, but I think a 2-6 or 6-2 is not out of the question here, and they're going to be the 3rd and 4th choices. So.
Yeah, currently, I'm surprised. I shouldn't say I'm surprised. The 5 is currently favored 7-5. Act a Fool, Larry Ravelli horse. Riding at this race, this horse is fine. Has really not done much wrong. You can excuse the debut. The horse is against the flow. He was extra wide on debut, and since has recorded 3 straight wins. My only knock on him, and it is a pretty big knock, especially when you're dealing with a horse at a short price, is it's kind of been all with favorable trips. He's been able to get easy leads, been able to get comfortable paces, and it seems like there should be a little bit more pace contention, at least a little bit more challenge in this race overall. The horse that you mentioned, out of deductions, another horse that's coming off a really strong maiden special weight win, an open length win, but did it the right way in just a 2nd career start. And then the horse on the rail, really good. Mike Maker horse shipping in, one of the horses that is shipping in for this race, has run in graded stakes races and coming out of 2 really competitive races, in Kentucky. The most recent race at Churchill Downs was an off-the-turf race, and really good, was wide. He was up close to that very fast pace, and we saw the winner of that race come back and win the Pegasus for Brad Cox. So
The original Pegasus?
The original Pegasus, right. The Pegasus at Monmouth, not the Pegasus that if somebody wins either first or second could be playing in.
Could be headed, and third also gets that seat. I thought, and this is, you know, the board reading all that is my pick now clicks down to 3-2, unplayable for me. But and if you want to cover yours, I'm going to mention a pedigree angle. But when I looked at the race when it came out and I saw number 5 was by Oscar Performance and getting on the turf, not that immediately drew my attention because I think he's been fine on dirt too, so it's not even that big of a move. But for people who handicap off the form, they're going to see that and overvalue it, I think. And that seems to be the case. I think 9-5 is an underlay on
So you think they're playing this horse because of the pedigree?
I absolutely think some people are overvaluing the horse and betting accordingly because, oh, he's already good on dirt and now he's Oscar Performance getting on turf. I'm in.
I think it's the Ravelli factor, but that's
Larry?
that.
They know they're live.
People bet Ravelli here at this track.
They did not bet Ravelli at this. Well, Two Phils took money, but he had 2 others on the undercard that
didn't. Okay.
I'm disgusted I let him win at $6 at Thistledown.
Well, same thing on the Derby undercard with no balls.
That's true.
Was
a much higher mutual than $6.
Yeah.
I'm playing the 2 here. I mean, unless late money comes in that we haven't seen all day, I'm in on the deuce.
So.
And it looks like we might have a scratch.
Yeah, they're kind of adjusting the satellite thing.
Okay.
Yeah, something in there making it a little bit tighter. But Manny Perez has 3 horses in this race, and one of those being number 2, Wolf Hunter. And Wolf Hunter is still a maiden, still eligible for the maiden condition. Has a lot of foundation, but I'm sure you like number-wise. Just run fast races. He's coming out of a common race with number 3, Money Agent, a stablemate, and another maiden who ran back on that June 8th race. Money Agent was a horse I thought was a little bit interesting. Again, still a maiden, but that's his second start at Hawthorne, second start US, and I thought that race was actually quite good. The horse caught my eye in terms of physicality in the paddock. It actually showed run, had to break slow, and looked like a horse that would move forward. So, this is obviously a tough task, but could present some upside.
And on my top pick, so to speak, and we might see some drift here because I think the Uno ultimately is going to be favored and is almost there. But
yeah.
I thought the comparisons, and it's just coincidence, but it was interesting to me. We had a $100,000 stake at Canterbury, and the horse I gravitated toward there as well was coming off the maiden win on turf, and it chipped in after being elsewhere, but was for the most part going to be based there, and saw a lot of similarities here. I mean, the rest of the field, they're at this level too. So I'm eager to see where the 6 ends up, but looking at 23-1 on the deuce.
Yeah, and the 6 just clicked down to 8-5, seeing the 5 drift up a little bit, and we'll see where the 1 ends up. It looks like there is more exacta money on the 6, so we'll see. I haven't seen what the doubles are.
That's another thing. The pedigree players get their money in early, so the fact that this one's drifting tells me it was the Millridge contingent.
Oh, we are at 0 minutes, and it's kind of. I think are we going to get a leaderboard update? We have one. Okay, we're still waiting a couple minutes in terms of a leaderboard update to see if
here
there's.
They come. Envelope, please.
Breaking news.
This just in.
So not a lot of movement.
No. Well, I would garner from that not many at the top had. Well, no one had the winner clearly for any significant amount of money.
And a new name I do see up there. I see Phil Lamb up there, and I don't recognize that name from being the top.
Coles? He wasn't that high up either, was he?
That's possible. Yeah. Probably wasn't. So, so was some movement in there. Definitely improved. Probably brought some more people up in terms of bankroll, but
no one separated though.
No one's really separated. And talking to a lot of players, I don't know if this has been a feedback that you've had. I think a lot of people are trying to build their bankroll into that last race.
Yeah, and Paul and I were talking about this. I'll be interested in your thoughts. and I was just ballparking, knowing sort of total handle and what each race might handle. So let's say 200,000-300,000 normal Sunday at Hawthorne for a turf allowance race, decent field. In this room, there's going to be 50,000 minimum bet, which is at least a quarter of what typically is bet. I'm very eager to see what the pools are and the probables, and if we kind of can tell that someone took a plunge somewhere.
It'll be interesting. Today
this room's going to make the market.
It could. The pools have been actually pretty high today. I've been following it because we've had about 250 in some of the earlier races.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So that'll probably do 400 with a decent-sized turf field.
Yeah, and the timing of the day. So we'll see. So we're heading to the gate here for the Hawthorne Derby. Good luck to everybody on track. We miss you being there. Good luck in the Hawthorne Derby.
Last two to go in. Will be money agent and out of deductions. Waiting now for out of deductions. 6 3-year-olds in the gate. They're off in the Hawthorne Derby. And from the outside, Active Fool going right to the front. In between horses, Russian Hammer towards the inside, Wolf Hunter. And up on the outside, out of deductions, followed up by Money Agent and Really Good. They pass the grandstand and go under the finish wire for the first time. Active Fool leads by 5. It's Active Fool leading the way. Russian Hammer between horses, second. Wolf Hunter on the rail, third. Out of deductions, fourth. Bottled up inside, no place to go is Really Good. Alongside that one, Money Agent. The opening quarter, 24.32. They've got a little more than a half mile to go as they move on to the backstretch, and your leader is Active Fool, and they settle for their run on the backstretch over a yielding turf course. Active Fool leads by 3.5 lengths. Inside, Wolf Hunter, 3 wide out of deductions. Between those two, Russian Hammer. Still bottled up, no place to go. Really Good. Money Agent on the outside of that one. They take tighter order as they move into the far turn. Active Fool keeps the lead, 2.5 lengths out of deductions. Now picks up to chase second. Wolf Hunter towards the inside third. Then to the outside of that one, Russian Hammer. Still no place to go. Really Good. They've got 3 furlongs to go in the Hawthorne Derby, and Active Fool has had the best of it and still does by 2. Out of deductions, chasing second. Around the turn, they're in the stretch. Active Fool comes off the turn with a 2.5 length advantage. Out of deductions, closing up on the outside second. Really Good finds Race Ingram in his closing ground third. Towards the inside, Wolf Hunter fourth, followed by Russian Hammer and Money Agent. They're in deep stretch. It's Active Fool leading. Here's Really Good now moving up in the second. But Active Fool, Larry Ravelli wins another Derby. Active Fool won by about 5. Really Good second. Out of deductions third. Wolf Hunter fourth. Then it was Russian Hammer, Money Agent, Active Fool, Alexis Centeno in the 2023 Hawthorne Derby.
Back in the corner with Gaylord Gundy, as you just saw on the leaderboard, is currently 8th at 3,500, just 1,900 off the top, but plenty of ammunition for that last race. Do you have any optionals left?
No, I don't.
So you're down to the
I'm down to the
bullet.
one bullet. That's it.
And we'll have, probably at least an hour before that race. are you going to use it to strategize, or I mean, how much time do you need?
Not that
Not
amount
an
of
hour.
time. Yeah, I've done most of it. That I've got a few ideas what I wanted to do. I built up my bankroll to give me a shot.
Yeah, you got a shot.
And now that's what I'm going to do. How will I play that? And I have to see the odds board and figure that out.
And any thought with? I mean, the range in the top 10 is about 3,300 to 5,400. Any thoughts on what that means for what the target score is going to be?
And then the sixth race at Hawthorne will be your last
No. Because
me
it's going to be there. It's with so many people in the contest, they're all good players. Somebody can hit something.
Right.
And it's just to try to guess what that's going to be. No, I just got to find a good play for myself that will move me up the leaderboard if I hit.
Right. No, absolutely. And
that's the key, hitting.
And are you aware? Haven't heard a lot of chatter. It seems like we're probably down to where nobody has any optionals left. So now it's just all about that last mandatory.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Yeah, just a few people were talking. I think they might have had one optional left. Well, which is all you can have.
Right.
So
what in terms of the format with the 250 instead of having the whole bankroll, the whole tournament, was that different for you in terms of strategy, where you knew like every race is going to be the same amount bet?
Yeah, I liked it because you're square with everybody. They kept it exciting. Everybody's really in the game, and what you're trying to do is just build your bankroll, stay alive. You're not going to win the contest in those early races. It's all going to be based on the last one.
Right. And you're from Canada?
Yes.
Was Woodbine to your benefit today? Or?
No.
No.
See, I'm from Western Canada.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
Woodbine never do well there.
Right. Was Hastings even on the menu? I know they had a lot of tracks. But okay. Well, I actually really liked the Woodbine 9th. I couldn't believe the 5 was 5-1, and then he didn't get there. So if I had been playing today, I definitely would have been a 0 in that race.
Yeah.
So it was part of the tough. Well, guess we got about an hour. Are you the type that you're going to be thinking about it that whole hour, or are you able to just push it out and get to it when you need to?
No, I'll be able to push it out and just wait now and just relax and just say, okay. When it comes, it comes.
And you're. I would think if you only had 750, that would be a lot different. Because then you're basically knowing you need to be absolutely 100% correct.
Yeah, well, if it was just 750, then that would be really easy. You're going to just look down the odds board and just make the whole bet, and that's it. So.
Well, at least you've given yourself an opportunity to express your opinion in a way that can win it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Gaylord Gundy, everybody is currently in 8th. We'll wait an updated leaderboard, I'm sure, as we finally work our way to the last mandatory race. Last race of the Hawthorne Invitational. It's coming up in about an hour. More interviews to come.
Thanks, Ed. One of the things that we talk about at tournaments is the tables that you sit at and the people that you meet. And one of the first NHCs I ever played, I was sitting with Jeannie and Ken way back, and then I think it was a long time ago. And I think that is just such a big part in terms of tournaments are the people that you meet and you get to see them year after year.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly a lot of times why we even do this, because we're traveling a lot and we love to come out and see all of our friends out here, and it's a lot of fun. So.
That might have been the last time I picked a winner too.
Was it? Well, as I say, you're probably due then. In terms of picking a winner, how's this tournament going for you so far, Jeannie? And then how does this tournament fit kind of with your overall style?
With this overall style, I more like win place and the mythicals, or just to kind of do what I want to play. This is a little hard for me because he's way better in math than I am, so so it makes it a little more difficult for me. But I mean, I love it. And I'm having a good time. So, yeah.
And
how about you?
I like the format because there's only 10 bets, and you still get to put a big bet in at the end. Mm-hmm. And I like to play exactas and trifectas. So if you get lucky, I'm treading water. I have 2,400 going in the last race. So.
Going into the race.
To the final.
Okay, so that's where you're at. No more optionals.
No.
Have you played all your
I've
optionals?
played all my optionals, and then we're playing the other tournament too, which was funny because I just played the horse that I really liked, and of course it didn't win. And I threw on the. I had a second horse that I had put a little dot on my paper, so I went ahead and put it on my other ticket. Of course, that hits, and I should have had it on my other.
That's always what happens.
We talk, all the things that you can talk about tournaments.
I know,
It's like
exactly.
this is what happens.
Yeah,
right. And one of the things, in terms of winning, it takes a lot of luck, takes being your day, but it's also not making those little mistakes along the way, right?
Exactly.
Because those are the things that you end up thinking about afterwards.
It's a lot of thinking.
Yeah.
Right.
Or too many bourbons, in my case.
Yeah, right. I know you were out last night, that you're no longer allowed at one of your favorite bars.
Exactly.
But moving on, we have I can see the leaderboard just kind of over my shoulder right now. It seems like, the scores are pretty tight, and I would imagine there's probably not many optionals at this point. So it's kind of what the bankroll is going into that last race. We still have plenty of time. It's race 7 at Hawthorne, so there's still 19 minutes to race 6, so still plenty of time there. And are you still kind of active in the one day
active.
Sunday?
I still have a little bit of a chance. I mean, the other one, both of them I have a chance in, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Chip in a chair.
Yeah, and getting lucky, like you said.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And so I know that you spent some time here in Chicago. Have you played any of the tournaments here?
This first try.
This is the first one?
Yeah.
Just started. We just took the apartment there in February.
Yeah.
Okay.
It took a little while, and it was really cold, as you know, since you live here. So
that was my third winter.
This is really nice. Oh, it's your third winter.
My third one, yeah.
It's a really nice place. I would like to come back here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying living here. We're both, because we haven't seen each other kind of for a while, or maybe just kind of talk. Because I saw you at the NHC, but I was like running around, and then it was like, oh, the 3 days are gone, and and then I saw you on the list, and I was like really looking forward to seeing you out here. But yeah, I love living out here, but definitely different than the seasons in California.
Oh, yeah.
We're on the West Coast,
yeah,
for sure. Okay, so we do have some contests to go. I will let you guys get back to it. Still in the hunt, but thank you for joining and obviously coming out here and,
thank you,
and sharing a table once again.
Exactly.
All right, see if we get a better result.
Yes, exactly.
Ed DeRosa back in the corner with Scott Coles, an NHC winner and runner-up in this contest last October. He's currently in 5th place with 3,700, 1,700 away from the top spot. And Scott, you're going to have about 45 minutes to think about the strategy going into the Hawthorne 7th, our finale. What are you thinking about that strategy?
There are a couple horses I'm deciding between. I want to see how the board shakes out. It's a bit interesting in a situation like this because we are going to be such a large percentage of that pool, and we can affect the odds. Like if we were at Belmont, you have a much better idea of what your horse is going to go off as than when you're at Hawthorne,
right.
And we are going to be sending a lot of the money into this pool. So I'm kind of going to look at the leaderboard, kind of see what I hear, and see who I know is someone that's going to fire the whole thing and who's not, and kind of work backwards from the price that I want to target. Last year. I got second with a backup exacta a few years ago. The number I targeted was $5,000 too light, so I don't. It's a tough one to predict.
Actually, I've been thinking about this all day, and even now, seeing the leaderboard one mandatory race away, I still wouldn't be comfortable making an over/under on the actual winning score. Like it could be 100. It could be 100,000. I mean, that'd be an outlier. But it could be 100,000.
This is the only race that people can go all into.
10.
Yeah. And last year it was.
Where's your range?
Last year it was 4,
right,
or 4,200. It made no sense.
Right.
So I didn't think my win bet that I could make last year with my bankroll was going to be good enough if I got to 6. And I thought I was going to be way short, so I didn't play the win bet. Turns out I would have won the contest by 2,000. So yeah, that's in the back of my mind. But I know there's enough people here that I think last year's more of an anomaly. I think there's enough.
Was it as bunched last year too?
It was pretty bunched. And I think I came into that race with maybe 1,700, and I didn't think, or 2,000, and my horse was 5-2. I just didn't think a big win bet was going to be enough. This year, the totals are a little higher because they added the 500 to the bankroll and a couple more races. So I think that alone will raise it. I think this looks like the toughest room that I've ever seen as far as firepower goes. There's going to be people targeting a very large number, so I'm going to have to get a little creative and see. A couple people probably an optional race left, so I'm going to kind of see where we shake out. If I'm still in 5th, then at least my options of not being blocked from a win bet are pretty open, but you never know.
I was happy because it didn't work out, but one thing I really struggle with, my limited cash play, but that balance of, okay, I like this horse, but is a win bet good enough? And if it finishes second, do I like other horses where an exacta makes sense?
Yep.
But in this contest, especially where other than the last race, you were limited to 250 period. I kind of feel like that even becomes more of a challenge because every dollar you use of that 250, you're using up. It's not like you can bet 500 if you really like a race.
And honestly, it helps me because I'm a better win place player than I am a bettor. So, and there's so many great bettors in this room that it was to my advantage that they couldn't go all in whenever they wanted all day. I have them honed into one race where they can do that and make the plays because there are so many great bettors in this room, and that's a whole different element. But this contest kind of is a hybrid between the two because it's fixed all the way until the end. So.
Right. And so you found you do gravitate toward the straight win or win place when
I can. I try to make it simple.
Yeah.
But
think about that a lot. I mean, because the right exacta can separate you from the pack.
Absolutely, and the right exacta last year.
Too.
But I had affected the pool with just $40 and $80 exactas last year so much that the exactas that I thought I was going to get 6,000 or 8,000, I hit a backup, only got 4,000, but it was still good enough for second. So I'm like, I don't know exactly what the right answer is. I was hoping you were going to tell me.
As I said, that's I would say is one of my weaknesses. And I mean, to your point, the knowing how you're affecting the pools is essential, especially today at Hawthorne. I mean, they're doing okay, and there's going to be several 100,000, but this room is going to be probably 20-25% of the handle of that race.
It's no offense to Hawthorne at all. It's just they don't handle as much as some of the huge tracks, and we are going to affect it. There's no doubt. And if you don't know that or you're not thinking about that, then you're probably.
Well, speaking of things to think about, for those watching maybe not as familiar with contest play, hopefully throughout the day and certainly speaking with you, have learned it's so much more than opening a form and trying to pick a winner. Maybe in Mythical that works, but even then you sort of have to think about the score you need. But when it comes to the cash environment, just having the winner is never enough.
The better bettors outplay the better handicappers in the live money events all the time. I mean, you see it. I have friends that are much better bettors than I, and they can beat me even if I out-handicap them by 2-1. I mean, it's just a different art and different skill, and I'm still always trying to get better at it. But I came up a mythical player, and that's just kind of I pick more winners than I do bet them properly.
This is a humble brag, so pardon that. But yesterday, Tony beat me in the contest here. I was second.
I did hear that, yeah.
And we were two races in particular. We were on the same horse, and he made the better of it in both instances, and that's why he won and I was second. I mean, we handicapped it the same, but he bet it better.
And some of these guys are just machines, and they know exactly when to fire and have the confidence to do so, and it's something that I strive to, I'm sure you do too, to always continue to get better at, but I just know that my strength is handicapping, so I play as many mythical as possible, but also love tournaments like this because I do want the chance to improve, and at least this one's a little bit.
And they're a blast. I mean, it's a great time.
And it's so fun to see everybody.
Well, we'll let you focus on what it will take to win, so best of luck.
Thank you. Hopefully I come up with the right number and actually am correct also. Two different things.
The 1-2 punch. That's Scott Coles. He's currently in 5th, 3,700 the winner. He hopes he's the winner. He's certainly on top right now. Wally Williams, he's almost gate to wire, 5,400. Is his total, and then we have Frank Mustari, 5,200, Justin Dew at 4,900. We are about, I would say, 40 minutes away from the final race of the Hawthorne Invitational.
Well, one of the things about playing tournaments are these long days, especially the multi-day tournaments. So it was nice when Steve walked up and he said, "We're talking about this race, we're doing this," because that takes a lot of pressure off me, and I'm able to say, "Oh, okay, cool. You drive the bus. Where do you want to go?"
Well, we're going to talk about the last race because my bankroll, I only have $750. I've struck out. I'm 0 for, how many races are there? 8? So I'm 0 for 7. 0 for 7 so far. Got off of the Manny Franco winner a couple of races ago at Belmont, and that was a mistake. Playing both contests. I think I'm winning the $500 contest. I got to look, but for the Invitational, it's all about the last race because you got to have, you have $750, and the winner of this thing's probably going to have 20 grand, and you could hit a trifecta here, a big exacta, and I'm looking at a few different things. The one horse here is getting first turf, might be overlooked, maybe not. Has a really good broodmare, and the sibling is really good. Brad Cox runner that's been doing well. None of those siblings have run on turf. If you do believe in Turf Tomlinson numbers, does have a 299. It's okay. Maybe you would want one a little higher. But I think it's worth a look.
Well, I'm going to cut you off real quick because in the position that you're in, and you're saying you've got $750 and you've got to turn it into 20 grand.
Right.
So
I'm
it's
not betting it to win.
right,
I'm
so
betting.
You got to figure out how you're
I'm gonna be playing like a very expensive trifecta.
So those things that you're going to be looking at horses that aren't going to look perfect because you're needing to
Right. So the outside horse, Son of Grace, is a horse for course angle. 4 starts, 3 wins, 15 to 1. I don't know what morning line it's going to go off at, or not the post time odds. I don't know what it's going to go off at.
looks at like looking at the doubles right now is likely to be one of the longer shots in the field.
Okay, so I will definitely play that horse at 15 to 1 plus. I'll probably key 110. 110 over several horses for a very expensive trifecta. And if we could do supers, I'd probably do that too. I'm going to throw the Wayne Catalano runner out, solid country gold.
Looking again at the doubles right now, it looks to be a heavy favorite. Between the 7 and the 2 are going to be probably some of your heavy action.
And I'm going to hope it runs off the board. It's run fourth 3 straight times. Can it run fourth 4 straight times? That would be great. Some other ones that I like, texted a couple of buddies. They're like, throw in the 2 and the 3 maybe. So no, the 3 and the 4. I do like the 3-year-old a little bit. You know, it showed a little bit of speed. It got a little tired here. Victor Santiago gets back on it. It was the only turf race. And I'm like, why not? You know, we're going to get a little weight, get another run at it. And then the 4-horse, Julio Felix, has been hot lately locally. Really good guy, super religious. I love Julio. And I'm hoping that, you know, this horse has been running for 10. It's a 7-year-old. But it showed a little bit of, you know, turf racing. It's been okay. 4 out of 6 in the exacta. It could definitely hit the board again here.
I mean, all the horses that you're talking about right now should be big prices, especially if kind of your main opinion, or certainly what you need is a number that is what it is. Right. But if your opinion is the 7 is going to run out, and you didn't mention the 2, you kind of scrolled over that. So if both those horses are out, and you're playing around and kind of hoping for some chaos, could get you there.
Well, the one's 9 to 2 morning line, first turf, so that's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe I get an overlay on that one. And then, you know, the 10 likes to run here. So those are really, to me, I would think both of those horses are going to be, they're going to be 1-2, 1-2. I'm going to bet like an exacta. And I'm going to go deep with some other horses. And it's going to be like, I don't know, $20, $30, $50. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I got to figure it out. Maybe $100. I don't know. Whatever the money comes out to.
So let's go back, because you said that you might be leading the one-day Sunday tournament. What was kind of your success in that? What were you trying? Were you playing the pick 5s, pick 4s?
No, I actually loved a horse in the last race at Gulfstream, and it was 4 to 1 morning line. I was going to play it here. It got bet all the way down to like 3 to 2 or 8 to 5, and I just did a $500 straight exacta over Savvy Joseph's horse, and it came that way. So that worked out good there too. I mean, if it was 4 to 1, I probably would have bet just 500 to win on it, and I would have probably played it here 250 to win. But with the odds getting knocked down, I didn't want to play a horse that's going to pay like 480, 440.
And did you feel like that exacta at 250 like wasn't worth the risk in this tournament? What was kind of your decision to not play that exacta here?
250 straight. I did 500 straight, 250 straight. I think it paid $9. So I'm right around 2,400, I think. I got to go look. And at the 4 o'clock hour, that was like right up there. So I'll have to probably make another wager on the $500 contest or see where we're at. I don't even know what the last race is. Probably Pleasanton at the end of the day. But as far as Hawthorne goes, I just figured I'll do that wager there. Over here for the Invitational, I won't, just because the odds got dropped down. I came into today wanting to just bet that horse to win. I guess 4 to 1 was a pipe dream.
Yeah, sometimes like trusting those morning lines, especially if you just kind of have that feeling like this one's probably going to be bet down for X, Y, and Z, and then making those adjustments on the fly. How's your dad doing?
My dad hit a couple of tries, a couple of exactas. He was hanging in around 2,000-3,000. You know, he's gonna take a swing similar to what I'm doing here, and you know, he's not a like. He likes to. He reads the formulator. He like claims horses. He's got like 25 horses, and he like. That's what he does every day. He's like looking for horses to claim, buy horses, sell horses. And as far as his betting goes, he bets his own horses to win. He doesn't bet a lot of like trifectas and stuff. So this kind of like said, hey, you know, you have to bet out of your comfort zone. You got to do a little bit, you know, bet a higher amount on your exactas, bet trifectas, and don't do a 50-cent try box. Do like a key a horse and bet like $5, $10 tries, you know. So he's been doing that. He's been doing okay. He's hanging in there.
Yeah, and especially in this tournament because the prize are so top heavy that it's like you do kind of have to get, if that is your style, getting out of your comfort zone because that's why you're here, and that's why you're here. That's what you're here to play for.
And if you look at the field that's here today, this is like one of the best fields I've ever seen outside of what's at the NHC or the Breeders' Cup. So this is really like you have NHC and BCBC, and then you have the Hawthorne Invitational. These are like. This is the best field I've seen since those other two events.
Yeah, no, I think everybody in here knows what they're doing, has an ability, and everybody is playing to win, right? Because there's a lot of those tournaments, too. You can still say, okay, third prize is good. Not that our third prize isn't, but it's a step down from that top spot.
And it's really cool seeing some of my friends like Frank Mustari and Justin Dew up at the leaderboard, and they're like talking smack at each other, and it's really cool.
Yeah, definitely talking smack is something that happens a little bit at these tournaments. So you see it a little bit as they're kind of going around and that table dynamic, and definitely keeps it fun. I see Justin kind of in the zone right now. He's got his headphones on, listening to Oasis.
Oasis, I know. Every time Oasis plays on the radio, I record it and I send it to our group. It's a funny thing I do.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, I appreciate it, and good luck in that last race. Kind of hoping for some chaos.
If it's a 110 exacta, I'll hit the trifecta, and it'll be for a lot of money.
Okay. So that's it. All right. Awesome. Well, good. Well, good luck. Good luck to all your table. As we are kind of leading up into race 6, there's 1 minute to post, and then that race 7 at Hawthorne will be the finale.
Ed DeRosa here in the corner. Talking with Chris Larmy. We're about to talk with Chris Larmy. Now, we've talked to a lot of people who have built their bankroll up. You're in the unenviable position. You have $750 left, but you are on the lower end, so you're going to have to make some choices in terms of how to turn that into a winning ticket.
Yeah, I'm tied for last with some others. I don't know how many because they don't show the bottom of the leaderboard, fortunately.
Right. Well, and you're out of optionals, right? You're not playing this. Yeah.
Right.
So you got the final bullet left, which will be Hawthorne race 7. As always, it's not like you were total whiff on some opinions. Sounded like you were close, but as always, it only counts in certain other games.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of an aggressive player, so I was taking some big swings, and I came close. If I had connected, I would be doing really well. But, you know, that's kind of hit or miss. I mean, you only have 5 or 6 plays leading in, or 7 plays leading in this. It's kind of easy to whiff with that approach. But that's the way I like to play, so I'll just have to continue it. Maybe I get lucky in the last race.
Exactly. And I'm somewhat surprised looking at the leaderboard. I mean, I didn't think all of the leaders would be at the 5-figure mark by now, but I kind of in my head thought during the course of this tournament, someone's going to hit $100 exacta for $100, or some iteration thereof, which would get you to 10,000. That hasn't happened, not even close.
Yeah, well, I mean, there might have been a lot of mine that were close, but no cigar.
People may have played that way and not connected, but I'm surprised no one's connected either.
But part of it is, this is a relatively small field, and so it's when you're making those kinds of plays, it's not that surprising that no one connected.
Over under on the winning score, what would you set it at?
I would say you probably need $20,000 to win.
Okay. Now, you didn't need that when you won it.
No,
What's different this time?
there's more people right around $5,000, and probably one or two of them. It depends. If it chalks out like the even money favorite wins, then it won't be.
Right.
But if something else comes in, someone's going to probably be all in on a 3 or 4 to 5 to 1 shot.
Sure. You don't think
it kind of depends on the results.
You don't think any longer than that? Where do you think the winner comes from?
You mean if it's a chalky finish?
No, if the longest price on the board wins.
Oh, then anything could happen. Like I could win with $30,000.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, it's sort of interesting the way that shakes out. And I kind of felt this way yesterday playing. Like, well, if it's formful and you do well at the top of the leaderboard, it's probably not going to be a huge score.
Right.
But if it's not formful, it's someone who just needed to play to win. And then that's when you end up with the $20,000, $30,000 score, it seems.
Yeah. And remember, you can play like tries and stuff. So when everybody's betting 750 at a minimum, then and it's one race, and if there's a big price, someone's going to have it.
Right. Well, we're live streaming here, but Chris has made a big name podcasting, not only for Sport of Kings, which is on your shirt with our friend Scott, but Bet with the Best as well, which has been a fantastic series. And I asked you before, so I don't know if you want to say who's coming on next, but regardless, you've had some great guests already. Really encourage everyone to check it out.
Well, thanks, Ed. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. If you want to become a better horse player, these are the best players out there, and they're really sharing a lot of what they've learned throughout successful careers. So if you're really interested in becoming better, I just really encourage you to listen. I mean, I'm biased, obviously, but I've learned a lot with every guest.
And it's a tough game. I can attest, even when I think I'm doing super well, and you look at the ledger, and it's not as well as you think. So to know that some of these players are long-term winners, even if you can't get to that point, because it is really tough, it's going to improve your game. You're going to lose less. You're going to have more fun too, because mistakes eat at you, and making less mistakes makes it more fun.
Yeah, and I think some of you may just start thinking completely differently about the way you play, and I mean, just some fundamental shifts in thinking away from picking winners towards trying to make money betting. And that's why I call it Bet with the Best. It's really focused not on how to handicap and pick winners, because there's lots of stuff about that.
Right.
And, a lot of people are pretty good, but you always hear them say, I'm a really good handicapper, but I'm a lousy bettor.
So loud chorus for sure, and I try not to gravitate in that direction, and being in a room like this really shows the power of effective wagering, because I mean, take Hawthorne the last, given what you might need to win the contest. I mean, you theoretically even play horses that you wouldn't play on a day-to-day basis, but you're trying to win.
Right. I mean, contest is different than day-to-day. I mean, in day-to-day, you're trying to turn a long-term profit, so you're always thinking really long-term. But in the contest, it's very short-term, and the value's different. I mean, a horse that might not be value in a long-term bet, if it wins, then it's the most likely winner, and you could win the prize money in a contest. All of a sudden, that looks like a good bet.
Yeah.
And that's what you see a lot of these guys. They're making bets that in a normal play would not probably be the way to play, but in the setting of the contest, it makes a lot of sense, and they've had a lot of success.
Especially in this one, I will say that grand prize is, I think, pretty lucrative with the $10,000 cash component, NHC seat, and a BCBC or Pegasus, your choice. So a lot to play for up top.
Yeah, and it comes down to the last race, and the format kind of makes it come down to the last race. It's set up to do that, make it exciting.
I'm hoping it makes for some exciting YouTubing, and hoping it's an exciting few minutes for you at Hawthorne. You're going to have to swing with a little lower bankroll than others, but you are alive.
Yeah, that's right. I knew I'd have some shot, and maybe I'll get lucky. I did last year on the last race and won the contest, so who knows? Maybe lightning strikes twice.
All right, well, this is the final optional. Someone's cheering for a horse I don't think is going to get there. Oh, maybe. Did Eddie D speak too soon? Well, speaking of the Hawthorne Race 6. Oh.
Somebody
the thrill of the
wasn't very
hunt.
happy with that result.
And that actually was the final optional race that you could play. So all that's left now is the mandatory
Big
final
race.
race, $750 minimum. You could bet your whole bankroll if you want. Chris, really appreciate the time.
Thanks, Ed, and congratulations on your success
Thank you.
yesterday. That was
fun.
awesome.
Yeah,
Great job.
Thank you.
All right.
Long-time purveyor of brisnet PPs at the NHC.
Yeah.
Now I finally get to be a player, so
it's fun, you know.
Everyone, even the critics of racing in general, you go there and you know it's going to be a good time. So I'm hoping that it's the same for me.
You didn't mention, I think this year again, the winner of this contest gets $1 million bonus, right? I had that last year. That makes it even more exciting.
For me, unfortunately, because I finished second, I'm not eligible.
Oh, okay.
So
Tony
is
okay.
Tony in the mix.
He needs it.
He'll just at least he turns it back into the game. We do appreciate that, as we all do. So, well, good luck. I'd say we're probably about 25 minutes away from the finale. 750 plus on the line. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Ed. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm joined by one of the favorites here at Hawthorne and in the Chicagoland area, Frank Mastari, who's currently sitting in second right now. We're looking at the leaderboard with 5,200, and you're in position to possibly back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but a two-time Hawthorne Invitational winner.
Yeah, this would be really cool. Playing on our hometown here and winning this event. It's not one of the biggest money events, but still to win in your hometown, a lot of people watching this live right now on the streaming, so it'd be cool. Hopefully I can finish it off.
Maybe not the biggest in terms of what you would win today, but there is potential for it to be the biggest, right? Because there is the $1 million bonus with winning the NHC, and then of course you have your BCBC, so it could be kind of one of those feeders that goes into something bigger. But as far as today, currently sitting in second with 5,200, what was kind of your path to get you there? What you were able to connect on?
Yeah, the only thing I hit so far, I missed on all my mandatories up to this point. My two optionals I was out on, missed right away, and I had a $40 try in the Ellis Park race. I don't know, the turf race there. Had a try and got back 40-some hundred, and that's put me right there now. So I'll wait here for this race and design some play here to get a decent chunk. There's a lot of money out there, so this board's going to change drastically, I'm sure.
Yeah, I like to hear that insight, and then also just in terms of our conversations with one of the videos that we have up on YouTube talking about this tournament and kind of what you just described in terms of that one play and hitting that trifecta for 4 figures. I know sometimes you like to go for 5, but having that play aggressively and then it connecting. Did you end up playing it straight?
No, I had one key. I keyed the winner over 3 horses there and hit it. So that's how I played that race. I didn't have a huge opinion, but it was one of my last races of the day where I play normally now, Ellis, and so I kind of took a shot on a layoff speed horse going wire to wire, and it worked out. So.
Okay. And then you think, as far as this leaderboard moving around a lot, I want to hear a little bit more about that and what you kind of think in terms of the movement and what you think it'll be in terms of the final.
Yeah, the numbers right now are probably 25% what I think it's going to take to win. I still think someone's going to get to that $20,000 number here. I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, you have, as you know, we have a ton of great players in here. And even if you have $750, you could construct a ticket here potentially that's going to get you back 10, 15, 20,000. So that's what I'm going to have to do here, I'm pretty sure. And I'll be shooting for that. And I know a lot of the guys in the room will be shooting for, 15 to 20,000, I'm sure at least.
Yeah, and talking about that with some of the players and saying similar to you that they're going all in. They're going all in with that bankroll of what they have, regardless if they're sitting in second like you or sitting at 750. Obviously, you have to go in. Those are the rules of the game. But definitely could change it a little bit. We've had some good field sizes here. We do have a good sized field. They just put up the odds as we're 20 minutes to race 7 on the turf. It's a 9-horse field, and currently a big favorite. I'm sure you've handicapped this race, and do you have some idea about how you're playing? You don't have to say.
Yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what I'm doing right now already. So I'll look at the pools. I know the last race had a decent handle, so I'm pretty sure it's going to this pool size will be decent enough to make a pretty good bet here that we're not going to bet against ourselves because we have a lot of money being bet in this room alone. So you'll be able to bet some money and get to that decent number here.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things last year that, in terms of the pool size kind of changed it a little bit, but you're right, and we've had good handle, and then this room in general will kind of change it a little bit. Well, I know there is 19 minutes to this next race in race 7, the last race of the tournament. Good luck. I know there's a lot of people rooting for you, and I know that you want to be part of the team that wins for Chicago, or at least the Illinois area.
Definitely. Our table with me, Jim Bennis, Mike Mulvihill, and my son, obviously, Justin, who's, he'll structure a bet the right way, too. And then, so.
Where's Justin at bankroll?
I think he's like 2,500 right now, so I think he's okay. He'll structure a good bet here to make himself get there, and I think Jim Bennis, as we all know, one of my good friends, I think he's only got 750, but if he hits, he's going to get up to the top there. So everybody's scary right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's kind of exciting, right? We're getting down to it, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to actually keep the camera. Well, okay, we'll go to commercial. Thanks, Frank. We're going to head over to Ed right now as he is sitting with Paul Sherman.
Live in the moment. Bet live on the next play, minute by minute, with PointsBet's Lightning Bets. PointsBet, your move.
Back in the corner with tournament legend Paul Sherman, looking to add to his resume, and he's in 13th place currently with one race to go, the Hawthorne 7th, the final. But as you told me, you're in good shape bankroll-wise, but everyone in the room has something.
Right. Everybody in the room has 750 left at least. So a person with 750 could put it all on 15 to 1 shot and then go to the lead. And somebody will. I guarantee you that every price in this race will be covered by someone with 750.
And you think most at that point are just putting it to win on that type of horse?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
So how does that affect what you can do having more than 750, but knowing that just doubling your money might not be enough?
No, that won't be enough. I have about 3,300 after bet 750. I want to go home with some money, and betting 750 or $1,000, I can certainly make a bet that'll get me up to, the goal will probably be 10,000, I would say. So a few exactas for 250, and check the prices to make sure it gets me over 10,000. But that'll be my goal. And if I don't hit, then I go home with 2,500.
Right. And have you, in terms of this race, your handicapping style, did you come into the day already knowing what you like, or?
Yes, I know that I like nothing.
No.
So I will play prices. It looks like they're playing the 7, so perhaps I'll play the 7 over 3 bigger prices. It'll get me up to over 10,000, and that'll be my goal.
You're dual qualified for the NHC. You've certainly been there in many tournaments before. What did you think in terms of this tournament style? The full bankroll, not in play every race, so a little hybrid of what many bankroll players are used to.
I do like that part of it, that aspect of it, because when people have unlimited bankrolls early, then they, after 3 races, somebody's got $12,000 and you're chasing. Here, it's pretty limited as to what they could begin with. On the other hand, you have to hit the last race to win this contest.
You're right.
And so that's the drawback. But I like it. I mean, first of all, you have the best players here. I know everybody here. There's it's fun. There's camaraderie. I'm with my brother, my friends, who I don't see all the time. This facility is beautiful. They treat you very well. They feed you very well. And it's a nice time. It's a good time.
Yeah, I've certainly enjoyed being up here. Agree on the food. That was a very pleasant surprise. Hoping they might put out some more of those wings.
I think we're getting
before
pizza
the
out
last.
later.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah.
I think that's
well, we are in Chicago, so why not? Well, best of luck here. We won't. You probably still have some decisions to make based on the board.
I got based on the odds. Yeah.
It does sound like if the 7 wins, you're not going to have any part of it, though.
Oh no. If the 7, perhaps.
Okay.
The 7 comes in with a high price.
Got it. Okay.
Exacta, then I very well could have it.
Got it. So you're not completely against.
No,
just
not at
a little
all.
nervous at
Not at all.
Well, not quite odds on just yet, but even money. Well, really appreciate the time. Best of luck in the last.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Paul Sherman. We mentioned he is in 13th with 3,300. From a leaderboard standpoint, though, Wally Williams still on top, 5,400. Frank Mustari, 52. Justin Dew in third, 49. But as Paul said, and he's absolutely correct, everyone in the room has at least 750. Going to be a big change to this leaderboard when we talk after the final mandatory.
Favored. All right, we're going to do one more interview before the final mandatory race, the final tournament race, race 7 at Hawthorne, and probably save the best for last. With I'm getting tired, don't worry. Well, with Jordan here, but we're coming. All right. We're doing it live. All right, so I'm here with Jordan Jane, representing at least with the T-shirt here as you promised. We had so much fun at Belmont. I just enjoyed playing with you and watching your style and your confidence of play. It's just on a different level. I know you've only won one Hawthorne tournament, which got you in here. Little side joke. But you said you're not doing that well today, but you're such a dangerous player, especially in this type of format. And we're going to cut you loose here, but kind of what's your strategy as far as this last race?
Well, I got to look at it a little more, but it's really just comes down to how confident I feel with the favorites, and if I feel confident, then I'll just try maybe some, straight tries or something of that nature. But and if it's if I like a little longer shot, then maybe just less risky, maybe exactas, but really just looking to pile it in and see what happens.
Do you have an idea of what it's going to take?
I'm not super experienced with these types of tournaments. I'm guessing maybe, 15,000 maybe, 20,000. So I think it really comes down to if the two favorites win, I bet a lot of people are probably keying them and, playing off that. So it might be a little higher number, but so I'll probably shoot for something that pays maybe 15 or 18,000. So we'll see.
Okay. Well, I know I wanted to get you in here and talk real quick and get.
I probably won't, be on the leaderboard at the end, but we're gonna try. So we'll see. I'll probably talk to you after it, just about horse racing in general, or if you'll have me. So.
Absolutely, anytime. All right, so 12 minutes to race 7. Good luck in here, and we're gonna cut away just for a second, go to commercial, and then Ed and I will recap this race and going into strategy for that final race.
Live on the next play, minute by minute, with PointsBet's Lightning Bets. PointsBet, your move.
Bet horse racing on DRF Bets. We'll match your first deposit of $200. Get free expert picks and past performances, plus weekly cash back. All from Daily Racing Form, the most trusted name in horse racing.
Well, Ed, if I knew you were over here sitting in these comfy chairs, I feel like I took the worst of it, knowing that
A lot of
with
standing.
the luxury that you've
Yeah.
had over in this corner.
The lounge. Welcome
yes.
to the corner.
Yeah, it's aptly named. Well, we're sitting here with the final race. It has been a long day. We're 7 minutes to post in Hawthorne Race 7. Talked to a lot of these players. We know most of them are going all in, whether they have 750 or they have 5,000.
So Paul Sherman said he's not going all in.
Really?
Yeah, he said he's going to walk away with the entry fee no matter what and play. He's still playing for a target score, but he's using less of his bankroll to get there.
Okay, yeah, interesting.
I would say that's an outlier, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I think so.
I don't know what Tony Chow has, but there's no way he's not going all in. So
Well, he told me earlier, no.
Right.
That, the strategy is, to kind of put yourself in the position to have that highest bankroll to give yourself the best advantage to then gamble it all in.
right.
Yeah.
So no, and this is. I mean, I definitely don't think the even money horse has to even hit the board. So this.
Wow. That's
could
strong.
could be a blow up. I'm on the 4, I think. Yeah, I like number
Wow.
4, 21-1. But as Paul said, which I do agree with, every horse is going to be covered. So
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be right.
Yeah, and it really will be about how you bet and maximizing that bankroll to opinion. And currently we do have that heavy 4 to 5 favorite sitting at the 7, but the 2 is now 2-1, but a horse that is actually favored in the doubles and the pick 3. So we could see the 2 actually being favored. But again, this room might make some changes as far as what these horses' odds are.
And, I haven't talked to a lot of people who have, well, I don't think I've talked to anyone who's like completely clobbered a trifecta today, but that is on the wagering menu. And, I know we've seen in the BCBC people use that wager to, scale a big 5, even 6-figure score. I don't know that that's in play here with this field and the favorites looking formidable, but, with every vertical wager on the table, the range of what the final score ultimately could be is astronomical. It's a wide range.
Right. And there does appear, some options. If we're looking at, Jim and Peter's top pick right now, they're on the 1, a couple other people, and,
The 1?
Yeah.
Are you on the 1?
I talked to a couple of people that are on the 1. It's a tougher one for me to get to, just kind of based on class. But I mean, it's 7-1. I think is a lot more appealing than the 9-2.
Well, no, that's fair for sure. And I thought, not sure what your data says, but I just thought number 4, certainly at 21-1. I'm interested. Just had the look of one who's going to be forwardly placed and take your chances from there.
Definitely going to be forwardly placed for sure. There are some other horses in here that the 3 is likely to show speed. The 9 even maybe on the outside is going to have to go. Definitely a longer shot in this field, but you figure when you are a 60-1 shot, I mean, you hate to see those horses wrangled back, especially if they have the ability to show speed. You got to kind of give your horse the best chance, even if you are the longest shot in the race. So we are at the post parade right now. 4 minutes to post. Might drag a little bit, but if we're ahead of some of these other tracks, we might be a little bit closer to post time. As far as the 7 being a favorite, you think this horse is going to be? You'd play this horse to be off the board?
I think I'm surprised to see 6-5, which is you noted with the multi-race wagers. Maybe the 2 ends up favored anyway. Who I also don't love, although I do prefer. I would say prefer the 2 to the 7, but. Paper handicapping, not as familiar with this circuit, so just the way I look day to day with the numbers, I didn't think the 7 fit, certainly not at this price, but yeah, I would play off the board at these low odds.
Yeah, I mean,
or at least out of the top 2. I think depending on what your bankroll is, an exacta might be enough played, at the right weight on the combinations you want to come in, but. If I only had 750 left, rather than just look at a long shot to win, I'd probably be looking at getting the top 2 choices off the board.
Yeah.
In a try.
Well, that was one with Steve. That's exactly kind of where he's at, because he's at that 750 and is playing some tries with both those horses out, kind of hoping for a little bit of chaos and using a little bit of logic and sort of knowing from that position you're not going to be looking at horses that look like they're much the best.
Right.
You're hoping for something.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't again the exactas, so and you really do want to watch them because people in this room are going to make their plays, and it's going to affect the pool for sure. If you did like the favorite, but were fortunate enough to think number 5 is 80-1, I wouldn't be against the favorite then because you could really make something happen with that type of exact underneath. But to me, this is one of those races where I think the public is on the logicals, and it's just a matter of do you want to gamble on beating the likelier logicals out at those short of a price.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the exactas. They're kind of flashing there, just trying to see if there's anything that looks. See if I can see somebody's bet, so to speak. See if I can see.
Well, I mean, like the 4-1's 45, but the 4-7's just 42. I mean that.
Right.
That tells me that someone on the 4-1.
Yep. Yeah.
The 5-6, you could win it with just $20.
Right? Yeah. That might be it'll be interesting to see the 7.
Yeah, and for those on the stream, if you can hear Dakota, but we're hoping to get the crowd going. Everyone's in this race for at least $750, so
yeah.
Should make it an exciting environment. I'm going to be in it for about 20.
You're in it?
$20.
Okay.
Yeah. I got to bet the 4 at that. I mean, that's
just from a horse that has some speed. Yeah, it looks like a lot of action kind of on that 1 combination, more so than 1. Yeah, the 1-4 being 56.
Well, what would you do if you only had $750?
That's it is a good question. I would be playing kind of that same combination as I'd be having to play a trifecta.
Right.
I mean, unless there was like an exacta that was like 5-6, but I mean again.
Although I mean, I guess $750 to win on the 4, but
what does that get you?
I don't know if they can hear us. Someone can give us the answer, but I actually don't know what the tiebreaker is. Because it's conceivable if you have $750 that someone else is going to make the same exact bet to win. Like I think anyone with a bankroll isn't going to tie. Like that would take just a crazy coincidence of math. But for all those with $750, if they bet the 4 to win, it only would take 2 people to do it for there to be a tie.
Right. No, that's interesting. I think we do need to get what those tiebreaker rules.
We need a tiebreaker.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, kind of the cool thing about this tournament is everybody is still in it.
Oh, very much. And I would say even that's part of the frustration though. If you've had a good day, like man, I had 4 winners with these $250 bets, and then lost to 5 guys who went over. But to me that's. Everyone knows the rules going in, so that's just part of managing the contest.
And one of the things that you said earlier, as far as playing, like when you do those $2 mythicals, if you have 8 winners and then you don't have the cap, it's like the same thing, right? It's like I've had a good day, I've had more winners, but you didn't win. You
didn't win. At least here you can take what if you have bankroll left, as Paul has chosen to do.
Yeah.
You can walk away with some cash no matter what, or even. I could see a scenario where, if let's say you have 4,000 and you play the race and you end up with 12, which is a great score, but, people with 750 caught lightning in a bottle and end up with 15, well, at least you have the 12, even if you didn't cash.
Right.
And with no entry fee, that's, it's good still.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Obviously, this room used to playing to win, so that's what they're going to do.
All right, we're at
this 2 isn't coming down though, so
no,
is that money in this room or?
Well, it can't be in this room because I was looking at the doubles. So.
No, I mean, are people in this room playing the 7?
If they went in.
Is that because there's
early,
no double money here.
Yeah, they must have gone in early because it's open.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense. So.
But
I don't know.
I figured the 7 would be favored, just coming out of some of those better races out in Kentucky. And for Wayne Catalano, I think that combination, speed figures are on par. They're kind of dragging a little bit, giving everybody their chance. But hearing, we can kind of see the room in the background. In the background there, everybody's kind of gathering around
there is the bar area. I'm sure some people just stuck around
go.
there. So.
All right, so I guess we'll cut away and get some room reaction for this finale. To everybody out there, thank you for watching. Hang in. We're gonna recap and obviously get the finals and probably some insight as far as whoever wins.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
But good luck in race 7, the final race. Good luck to all our players.
Last two to go in will be Aaliyah and Son of Grace. Waiting for Son of Grace. They're all in the gate. They're off. Towards the inside, Family Tradition. Right there, Simple Logic. And then it's Ben Dreaming. In between horses, Bacanico. Moving up on the outside, here's Command Central. They're across the track as they go into the finish wire for the first time. Command Central moves up to engage Ben Dreaming. Bacanico now racing third. Simple Logic in the orange tucked in along the rail fourth. Then in between horses, that's Strike Price. In tight quarters, Aaliyah also in very tight quarters and getting shuffled back along the rail. Family Tradition. Solid Country Gold is next, and Son of Grace trails as they turn on to the back stretch. Command Central has the lead, draws away by 5 lengths. The gray Bacanico out there second, Ben Dreaming third, Simple Logic fourth. Then in between horses, Strike Price, Solid Country Gold out there next. Towards the inside, Aaliyah, followed by Son of Grace, and shuffle the last, Family Tradition. That one's about 10 lengths from this leader as they move into the far turn. Command Central has the lead. And around the turn, it's Command Central showing the way. Bacanico still chasing second. Ben Dreaming towards the inside third. Simple Logic out there fourth. Right behind him is Solid Country Gold fifth. Son of Grace continues to rally on the outside. Around the turn, they're in the stretch. Solid Country Gold comes off to make that Command Central the leader. In between horses, Bacanico, Simple Logic in the blue cap gaining ground. Inside the final furlong, Command Central still there. On the outside, Simple Logic. Bacanico retreating. Solid Country Gold coming on. They're in deep stretch through it all. Command Central still has the lead. Command Central makes every call a winning one and won it by a length and a half. Simple Logic second. Then it was Solid Country Gold third. Bacanico held fourth. In today's sixth race, In today's 7th race, number 9, Command Central finished first. 2, Simple Logic was second. 7, Solid Country Gold third. 4, Bacanico fourth. 9, 2, 7, 4, 80 to 1 shot. Command Central finished first. Running time 145.32 on a yielding turf course, and we got this race in just in time because we are getting pelted by rain.
Is it raining? It is raining. Well, Ed, we had a little bit of excitement in that last race. Heard some cheering in the room. 80 to 1 Command Central, 9 showing some early speed. Did not stop, and the 2 favorites kind of finishing underneath. Simple Logic, Solid Country Gold. Hasn't become official yet. We're still waiting for the leaderboard. Thoughts on the race?
Depending on who you backed, you either got no thrill at all, or obviously if you had the 9, it was a thrill of a lifetime. 4 made a move, but didn't go between horses and then flatten out. And then the 2 chalks just weren't good enough.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of chasing. We're seeing the looks like some rain coming down right now, so hard to know if that was impacting. But pretty solid effort there. Put the horse in the race. Great ride by Olaf Hernandez. And again, we're just waiting for this race to become official. We'll get those results as quickly as we can. Some people cheering, some early thoughts. But it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this shakes out. Obviously, anyone who, if they went all in, even with the 750 on that horse, has an astronomical score. But someone that had a bankroll already, Eddie O, was cheering for that horse. Not sure how he played it, why cheering for that one, maybe an exacta with the 2 underneath. We'll certainly find out. But with an 80 to 1 on top, I mean, these scores could all be in the 5 figures. Or maybe it goose egged a bunch of people and someone backed into a placing with 3,000 or 4,000.
You know, that's possible. We've seen that in the past. You talked about some of the players that weren't going to go all in, probably for that reason, hoping that would be the case and kind of preserve a little bit of bankroll. Looks like we're official right now. 164.40 for the win, and the exacta came back 410.10 for $1, and 913.85 for the 50-cent try. So could be pretty wild.
Yeah, even if you did $50 on the exacta, if, you know, with $750 to play with, I mean, a wheel, I'm not a fan of that, but there were things you could have done for, I mean, for $50 you'd have 20,000 on that exacta from whatever your bankroll was. So I'm eager to see where the scores are. Obviously, you needed to somehow find Command Central on top. I thought you gave a look of why you might want to use that if you were, I don't even want to say desperate, but that one made more sense, or as much sense as maybe some of the 20 to 1 horses, and then the 5 and 6 I thought were hopeless. So I get it. If you got it, great job.
Yeah, and you know, it took a little bit of creativity for sure to kind of get there. But if you're in that position, we talk about so many times, it's going into that last race. If you need to win, it's not so much about who you like; it's about who's going to get you there to get you that number. So some horses that you might not like 2 days ago, all of a sudden kind of come into the picture.
You know, and the try 913 for 50 cents. I mean, that's a situation if you use the 2 chalks and double rainbows over Hawthorne. But if you use the 2 chalks and again, you know, for whatever reason, whether wheeled or narrowed somehow to that 80 to 1 for $10, I mean, that was a $9,000 score. So I'm anticipating a wide range, but we only heard one person cheering, so we'll see.
Well, I'm trying to cheat as you see me looking over my shoulder right now because it looks like we're getting some. It's coming up shortly, so we're gonna just hang out, talk a little bit, get some views of the room. Just making sure. All right, so we have the final leaderboard. We're going to take a look at it in 3, 2, 1. All right, congrats to our winner. Come on up. All right, so congratulations on the win, and I think everybody kind of wants to know what was your play in that last race.
Well, thank you, and thanks to everybody at Hawthorne, and it's nice to be. I grew up on this side of town for a long time when I was a kid playing horses, so it's always nice to come back to the south side. I actually felt like the race before at Woodbine, I had wheeled a 5 and 11, and I didn't wheel on top, and kind of felt like it kind of cost me some extra cash to play in the because of 25 to 1 shot win. But I just kind of thought that the 9 was the speed of the race, and I thought with the rain that we got early this morning, haven't had any rain in a long time. I thought maybe if the 9 can get to the front and get brave. I didn't really like Catalano's horse that much, so I kind of pressed the exacta with the deuce with the 2, and I think that's the block horse. I think, and just sometimes you get lucky, and I got lucky, and my son's getting married in a couple of weeks, so I think we just maybe paid for the orchestra and the flowers or whatever. So, but yeah. So that's I kind of just thought I played it out that way, and I played some tries. Played tries. I bet 100 win place, and I think I had like an $80 exacta box with the 2 and the 9. So, and then the try for I'm not sure, but yeah, that's how I kind of came up with it and got lucky. So.
Have you thought what prize you're picking? You get the 10,000, you get the NHC. But what about BC or Pegasus?
That's a good question. I think I'm working for NBC at the Breeders' Cup, so it's not always easy to work and try to play the horses. So
that's why I didn't play.
Maybe go and just take the Pegasus, but I'll think about it. But yeah, exactly. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and I just want to give a shout out to yes, round of applause, definitely.
Is this an old check?
Here we go. We're giving Eddie his real check. He can go to the bank with this. $10,000 for being in first place. It's got a little happy face on there. Great pick. No one else would pick an 80 to 1 on top. Let's face it. So Eddie, congratulations, and we'll see you in Las Vegas. Thank you.